went out to do, and which at the time I was raising my voice about it. You hear some people in a issue, go and settle it inside. Now, it will shock you, if not already, that the people so far will promote this horror and terror in the era of ESN, but our Igbo politicians and community leaders. And you will ask me, why am I saying that? The reason why I'm saying that is that till date, you are a very sensible man. You have your intuition intact. You see, you perceive, you have critical analytic capacity. How many of them, Igbo leaders of thought, Igbo politicians, Igbo businessmen, how many of them have spoken out about what is going on? Genocide, criminality on an Igbo. How many of them have come out and said anything? Or even brought themselves out, even giving that incentive in a, to fight against all this? Ihe ndị mmadụ nọ na-ekwu bụ ọkwa Uche Mefor na ọ bụ ha nwa bido ihe a, let them reap what they sow. So amanụ m ihe ịchọ ka m mee, my brother.
Sorry, Mazi Mefor. I think maybe let me just rephrase my this thing. What I'm saying is, you're not. I'm not saying that you must, right? And again, to say that I haven't seen or heard that you have been speaking for, like you've been in the wilderness almost all these years. That's not going to be true, because I have followed this thing, you know, at the best of my ability, follow the whole thing simultaneously, and observed from the sideline. So what I'm saying is, like what I would do, like, just if I do something wrong, for example, like you said, now you taking responsibility, yeah, that's fine. But again, I'm not saying that you're not doing anything. There's a lot of people right on this social media space that were not involved at all, that kept like turned blind eye to a lot of these things happening. So I'm sure those people might not know that you have been speaking for so many years about this whole situation. A lot of people are just coming into the scene about maybe 2-3 years ago to even start to. That's why sometimes when I listen to people, like, they misconstrued a lot of information, right? So a lot of people don't know this thing. Some of them came into the thing because it's the topic of today, and that's how they got to know about it. So for me, what I'm trying to say is, a lot of things that happened. You are more like an insider in this whole thing, and you understand what I'm saying, that a lot of propaganda left the radio to the populace. All right, so uh, I mean, you have, and it was consistent. All right, so what I'm saying right now is not negating what you have done or what you've been doing. And if you were somebody who didn't care, you will not be on this space. You have just went quiet and lived your life without even coming. But again, like I said, even in all of this, somehow I have that spirit of discernment. I can see through things sometimes. Even before you left IPOB, I was already like questioning a lot of things. Like, you know, I'm not so. So you leaving was like, okay, going for that to kind of, you know, kind of like kind of put some dot on some of my like some of the holes I'm pointing out, like to like, yeah, this is it. So but again, if you do something, I believe there's something called like try to correct. I mean, you're doing it, but again, the efforts that was put in, I don't see it during the time, like passing this information, I don't see it corresponding. I'm not saying you can do it alone. That's what I'm saying. I as well, if I'm called upon, right? If I'm called upon, because to participate in one way or the other in like in terms of uh, like spreading some kind of information. I'm not somebody who's going to spread lies. I will not even participate in that. I'm not somebody who's going to try to be violent in terms of passing my information to anybody. I'm not that kind of person. So if there are ways, I don't know how, if I'm coming out clear with this method of this thing, that you can also it doesn't mean if we're just few of us, but you can also take that, take charge as well. Those misinformation, some of them that we passed at the time, we also start to reverse those things. And that's what I mean by, okay, yeah, not to negate what you've done or what you have done over the years. Some people didn't know. Some people don't even know that you've been speaking for so many years. Some people don't know at all right. So, and a lot of people who jump on this issue now are very new. When I listen to people, I see that a lot of them are new. They don't even know the genesis of these things. So, but that's sorry for another day. So the thing
Okay.
is, please and please, my appeal to you is to, uh, you know, because the idea of saying everybody can speak, everybody should, no, there must be some kind of organized. It has to be organized. Whatever that needs to be done has to be organized. If not, in actually will all be like a headless bulb just going. It has to be organized, and there must be a target, and people who are in the forefront of this thing, people like you, maybe might have a better approach on how this thing should be done. That's what I'm saying, because you are like,
It's
yeah.
all right, my brother. I heard what you're saying. What's my own approach? Mine at the moment is, if anybody knows or wants me to play any role or say anything or want a clarification on what maybe one has done in the past, I'm ready to come up with it. In terms of um, futuristic plan. If you have any plan on what needs to be done, mine is for our place, for an Igbo dị mma dịkwa etu ọ dị before. So, mana enwere important stakeholders na Igbo that don't also want to tell themselves the truth. Some are indirectly supporting what is going on, the carnage going on in Igbo land. And it still goes back to ihe mụnwa na-ekwu. How many of Igbo political leaders of thought, community leaders, and politicians, how many of them are speaking up against this thing, these killings, this criminality? Somebody might tell me that, oh, they are afraid, that they don't want to speak. If you don't want to speak, there is a way of doing it. You can speak through other people. When you know that there is a support somewhere, you can do more. Mana nke a bụ a situation where you will be saying something, just like you are in the wilderness, like you said, and then some others will be looking for indirect way to get you um, vilified and all manner of things to come, or negative things to come your way. So I believe, and I endorse what you're saying in this aspect, that there is need for coordinated action and things like that. But it has to be done in a structured way. Yeah. So it was how else I would say, but I'll sit back and listen. One other thing I wanted to say was our brother Sinaipuku Chief Uwazuruike talking to him. You don't need to insult him, but he can disagree. He made a number of points which I don't also agree with. You understand? So you can disagree with him on those points, short of calling him one year saying or 419 or something like that. I don't endorse such kind of yeah. But if you know the best approach and you call him a 419 or something like that, you need to justify it by proving it that he is actually a 419. I give you an example, and I'm every day, anytime. I call him Nandekane ingrate because I know that upon all the things in the madman, he did not acknowledge it. He rather went against those people and blackmailing them. Is a fact. Is a fact that littered everywhere. So the other one, when I say these guys are psychophants, I know what I'm talking about. And they will not deny it. None of them will come out and say it's a lie behind Neku. And since they have not come, whether will go cyber he use fake account, none of them will come out openly. Not many of them will come out openly and say something otherwise. So um the discussion or headline here, Chief Uwazuruike accused the World Igbo Congress, and then Anihoku there. It doesn't warrant anybody insulting him, right? He made his position known. I can go and say I disagree with Chief Uwazuruike. In a sitting na ndị a mere ihe dị etu a ma ọ bụ na okay the lawyers gbara nkịtị and things like that. Where you have evidence before you. You have evidence. Ajụ Nnamdi, Ogunwa nwere this voice, Ogunwa mere this broadcast, or say no yanwa mere the broadcast. Ka ọ na o kwetara. Then ewetazia broadcast onwe with video, prima facie evidence na o mere broadcast na-ekwu okwu, na-eme some things. So amaghị m ihe ịchọ ka okwu, ọ ka the lawyers si na ọ bụrụ Nnamdi bụ ihe a. Ka ọ bụ ka ha si na ọ bụrụ Nnamdi na-ekwu ihe a. Okay, they can go ahead and say no AI and things like that. And then I cannot now the level of cross-examination and things like that. I don't want to go into that because it could be prejudicial, and I'm not interested in the legal aspect of this whole thing. All I know is that Nigeria is a lawless society, and that ihe na-eme today, Nnamdi somehow invited it on himself because I said to him a number of things. Ihe ị na-ekwu is not it. That is not the way. He ignored me and said a number of things. When I say some of these things to some people, and I sabu and things like that. So, and I brought some more. You understand? So, amami here, chief Uwazuruike Choka, some people, me, you know, and then he himself knows what Nnamdi did, and her mom. And the one on
Okay.
one ebe mụnwa nọzi kịta bụ onye ma nke m mee ya kwuo, but Igbo na m ihe m a na-emerụ. The reason why I'm saying that is that I caution against many of these things na-eme tata. I'm not perfect, but ịma nke m mere ịgwa m okwu etu o si wee dị m. That's the mindset mụnwa nwee now.
Ihe mụnwa che maka ihe Uwazuruike kwuru, because I what these things, as you grow, you begin to have your mind begin to grow. Your mind grow as well. If you're somebody who is into self-development, reflection, introspection, you start to see some of these things. It just takes is start whipping up all these sentiments of ndị nke a jikwa eme this one enwere ihe mere ha, ndị nke a jikwa eme this one enwere ihe mere, ndị nke a jikwa rụzie nke. But does that negate the fact that no one made this thing? Does that negate the fact that this thing is wrong? Because onye ọbụla, like, if other people are lawless, for example, or the Nigerian state has proven to be a lawless society, shouldn't we be in the forefront of trying to correct our nuclear environment, our society? Shouldn't we be in the forefront of trying not to take advantage of that lawlessness? That's from where I see. Because if you start, because that's the same thing Nnamdi Kanu did. whipping up sentiment against people from other regions. Again, not to ignore the fact that some of these realities exist. The realities of, okay, the way people are being, people of different sex, I mean, not just in that area, even politically, we see that kind of treatment. But again, that's for me, anything that has gone past Ibu Madi, intimidation and like, for me, it just turns me off. If you cannot argue with somebody and present facts and evidence and try to convince that person to be or to believe in whatever you're preaching to that person, I don't think anybody should be forced into, or into doing anything. So that sense, what I don't like about what he's doing now is trying to regionalize it and say, Nandinkan could their own terrorists, and the Ndinkan could their own terrorists, and Sunday Wohobu, So why is it that even down to himself, that when he was arrested, there were four of them or so, a couple of the others were released. He was released a year and some. So he's kind of regionalizing it. All right. So as in the Igbo, I'm going that these things exist, but we're not going to now take advantage of it from a very negative perspective, from a very negative point of view. So ndị ọzọ na-egbuzi their own people will start killing our own people as well. Ndị ọzọ na-ezu oshi will start zulu oshi as well. Like, it doesn't make any sense. All right. So for Uwazuruike to come from that speak like that, it doesn't, for me, it doesn't really send. There's a way you pass a message without sounding like that, because he's not condemning completely what is happening, but also just saying, regionalizing it, and this is a way of capturing the minds of people from that region. Bros, the people tend to forget. Oh, Nekwehe Mero, that people have been killed. Now people have been gruesomely murdered. People have been, butchered all over the place for the sake for based on the utterances or people acting on the command of this individual.
Yeah.
You know,
Doctor,
They can I just submit and then leave another person?
so
Please.
anyway, Ekuchegom. So that's the thing. You cannot make argument on that. You cannot make
Yeah.
argument.
okay.
So
So
that's it.
Mr. Mefor, go ahead and submit so that other people can speak. Go ahead.
yeah. So my own response, because it will be like as people are insulting Chief Uwazuruike. I also have something to say to him, to what he, the position he's taking. I don't agree with it in terms of saying um gịnị ka Nnamdi mee, kedu ihe o mee, ndị Igbo agba nkịtị and things like that. Ihe Nnamdi mere bụ ọ dị two levels. O nwere ihe ha mkpamkpa ndị otu Nnamdi, ndị ọ inspire akpa na Nigeria, na Igbo land, right? And that is to me a red line. That is an abomination too many. That thing ha mere bụ iji weapons at their disposal, whether most stolen ones or the ones they bought by themselves, to begin to kidnap and slaughter Igbo sons and daughters in cold blood and in peacetime. That is the greatest abomination ever anybody can commit. This is a crime against humanity. Not only saying that, not just saying that Igbo mother anywhere is unacceptable. Nke a bụzi Igbo your own people. So, and I am so disappointed that our Igbo political leaders, even community leaders, are keeping mute over this whole thing. That is a crime committed by IPONC IPOB, ESN, unknown government, Biafra Republic government in exile. And if we want to tell ourselves the truth, the first thing is first acknowledging that there is a problem and call that problem by its name. Then, always a mitigation, maybe. I expect na a ga-ekwu ndị dị etu a ndị IPONK IPOB gwudebe na ụmụnne unu ọ bụ nwa bụ isi alụ na-eme n'ala Igbo tata. Then I acknowledge that one. You cannot go ahead and begin to say, kedizi ihe a ga-eme, kwụsịzianụ ihe a na-eme, kedizi na ihe a ga-eme, onye ọbụla delu ka anyị mamụ ihe a na-eme na ọ ga-akwụsị. Acknowledge na enwere nsogbu first and point the blame in the direction it should go. Then enwee na-ekwu mana nke a bụ na they are all in denial that na na-egbudu mmadụ sef na be anyị. Onye ọbụla ọkpa onye ka a na-aghọrịrị ihe nke. Then the second one bụ na Nnamdi bụ onye isi ndị a na-ete ọbara ụmụ mmadụ either directly or indirectly nọ n'aka ndị ilo ndị ji Nnamdi abụrụ ndị from historical perspective, historical record, they are not our friends. Even though I say we are one Nigeria, we are not. Because ndị a hate ndị Igbo to the core. So that is on another level. That is on another level. Because actually, ihe a na-eme taa should have been prevented. I can assure you that our Igbo political representatives at the federal level, even the states, not in unison, about the injustice against our people. There will be no agitation like this today. Manankabuna, it appeared that they connived with the enemies outside, with the Nigerian government led by the Fulani oligarchs. Then, watching Kitty, even all of them were Kitty Tata. So it is either that you praise to this whole thing, or it is either that you condone it or that and I will say that they are politically, intentionally involved in all these things. Because I put an ekwu, and I call it onwero, Monday I put a na onwere ihe ndị IPOB me, IPONK IPOB. They are not to blame. No foreigners na-eme ihe na-eme n'ala Igbo. Kedu onye a na-aghọrị? Ndị na-ekwu ịdị okwu a. These people, are they talking for the future development of an Igbo or the destruction of an Igbo? So our political leaders are supporting this nonsense through their action, through their inactivity. They are waiting for probably somebody else from somewhere to come and bail the cat. It's not going to happen until we acknowledge our guilt, until we acknowledge our problem and begin to take proactive steps towards solving them. We are going nowhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mefor. Biko na amukwala mamu, ọ na m atụ time. Na teach it some things my dad used to say. May he so rest in peace. Ọ na-asịkarị okenye na-amaghị egwu ana bụ arụ ana, and the okenye anaghị anọ n'ụlọ ewu ama n'ọbịrị. Look, this man Uwazuruike, I'm very respectable, but then one problem with him. Sometimes ono kata odem ka ofuchi eziokwu ọma nkwu ya. Amamu arụ ana ka pretending ka ọ na-eme ihe ọta. Any day may insult, but wrong is wrong. Can't get away for na-egwu that na na ka eke a ga-esi nọrọ ahịa ndị Igbo nọrọ a na-ekpe Nnamdi Kanu ikpe all that and all that. Ka onye ọ na-eblem blame who? ọ ya blame wakwa onwe ya too, because asị ka agawa back ọ ya na ya bidochara all these things, though yes enwere ike isi na nke ya awụrọ this way. Ka ihe o menyere na gịnị ka Nnamdi mere eji eme ya nke a, were onwe ya na-atụnye ihe ya na Nnamdi mere ọ the same thing. And to start with, a lot of people want Nnamdi Kanu. He continued. What is he talking about? Na gịnị ka Nnamdi mere eji ekpe ya ikpe? Ka ihe anyị ji nọrọ ya na-ekpe ya ikpe ka onye ọ na-agwakwa who? So ọ chọrọ ịgwa m na ọfụrọ ihe niile na-eme sense, ọfụrọ ndị a na-egbu, ọfụrọ all the insecurity, ọfụrọ all that. That man kpasukwa m ezigbo iwe. Get that ya nwa just that's why mfụkwa ha na video ya sometimes ma gafere. Sometimes amara m ma ọ na-eme ka kụọrịa aka ka ndị IPOB kụọrịa aka too ya online. I just don't understand him. How could he be saying that? As old as he is, ihe anọ ihe o mepe ọnụ ya na-ekwu, somebody nọ na ya nwa nọ n'ala Igbo na-afụ ihe niile na-eme. Ọ pụtabe one time bịa kwuo maka insecurity. What is he talking about? Na-ekwu na ọ na-anaga ikpe Nnamdi ikpe na ka ihe mee na ekpere ndị ọzọ emere nke eme nke. What is he talking like? That man is really is like what he said is very, very upsetting. But let me just leave it at that because I still respect him as an elder. But oh my goodness, ekwukwana ya hands twice, please. Actually, I got to Cash. Okay, before I go to Mr. Kesh, I will go to Hustling Benjamin. But Kesh, please, only when updates in name also. You get ready to update us, please. Mr. Benjamin, go ahead.
Aha, Beauty Wanke Made. You are welcome. Ikenga. I greet you. Nze Mefor, you are highly welcome. Michael, the APC chieftain, I greet you. Igurube. I greet you, everybody. Oh. Kesh, I also greet you. Mazi, IPOB commander. IPOB commander, throw a salute for you. So, there's this adage our Igbo people normal. There's this onwekeshi tora anyị nụ na okenye meirigide emeiri na ga-ekpu nkata n'isi wee gbuo okwu. Adọ nkata ka mkpu wee bịa kịta ka m wee kparịa kedu ma abịa Uwazuruike. Nze Mefor, mind you that na the same way you are just complaining about our political class not making comment, not even saying anything regarding how we are being treated. The same way those elders that are supposed to speak out against the criminalities of Nnamdi Kanu, that same way they are not speaking out. All right. So at the end of the day, you find out that things like this, people are more interested in what are they going to benefit. You understand? Where they are more interested in where their personal interest lies. The same goes with this Uwazuruike speech. You understand me? I don't take anything that comes from that guy's buka cavity. I don't take it at face value. You see, Uwazuruike. If Uwazuruike come out today and say that uh, it is raining heavily in Osaka, or maybe that they're having a heavy downpour in Abuja. I see. I will have to be there to actually confirm, or maybe to take that at face value. You understand me? So you find out that ihe anyị nwezi na be anyị kịta bụ okenye ụmụ arụrụ ana gasị. Okenye arụrụ ana left and right. People that ha ga-anọ ewu a na-amụ n'ọgbịrị. Ịghọta. Ha ga-anọ okenye nwegasịrị kịta bụ okenye arụrụ ana left and right. Ịghọtago. So I don't blame Uwazuruike for trying to protect his own tax bracket. After all, he cashed out heavily with the IPO, with the Masob agitation movement. So he cashed out heavily. He's no longer talking about Masob anymore. He's there living out, living the best of his life, waiting for the day that God will call him. You understand? So you see, you find out that these people they're not, see, don't mistake this IPOB agitation. Don't mistake it that they are doing it because they have the best interest of Igbo people at heart. I'll be the last person to believe that. I'll be the last person to actually believe that IPOB people are agitating for for independence day because of the fact that they have the best interest of Igbo people at heart. You can sell that snake oil elsewhere. I'm not gonna buy it. You understand? I will never, like, I'm not interested. Go sell it elsewhere. Sell that BS elsewhere. We have currently we have our kids that will they will be writing a WAEC on the 30th of May. The IPOB people, they are insisting that everybody must sit at home. They are even backing it up with threats that everybody must sit at home. They don't care. That's why when you see them talking about jam, 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 forget all these people are just looking for something to, they're just looking for an excuse to propagate their ideology. It's not that they are really interested in good governance. They are out there to kill and maim the Igbo people. After all, what stopped Nnamdi Kanu from heeding to the advices given to him by prominent Igbo elite? Both the advice they gave him in US, the time he went to, somebody said it. I think Mazi Obidi said something like that. The time he went to Igbo Congress, a meeting in the US, a man called him when he said that he needs guns and bullets. An old man asked him, "What are you doing with this thing? Do you want to turn the Southeast into a war zone?" These are people that are telling you that they want to save you from this, from the dangerous grip of federal government. You understand me? The police, people are complaining that police are mounting checkpoint. Can we check the number of people that have lost their life as a result of police checkpoints? And can we calculate that with the number of people that have lost their life as a result of IPOB agitation? I'm not even talking about the innocent people that have lost. Still part of. I'm also still talking about the people, the paramilitary boys. Yeah, there's Wi-Fi. So I'm still talking about the paramilitary boys, because those people are still Igbo people. They are still Igbo people losing their life left and right. This is the same organization that will come out and tell you we are fighting for the best interest of Igbo people. How are you doing that? You are doing that by economically destroying your region. Southeast is no longer a viable region for investment. And somebody is telling me that IPOB, they are agitating for the for key points to have a seaport here, to have airport here, to have. What concerns having seaport with Gento with AK-47 right now in Okigwe? What concerns having airport with makeup and makeup with AK-47 right now in Okigwe? What concerns having airport with burning of over 30 Igbo sons and daughters in Okigwe? Where's the correlation between all these things? I don't want to. This type of discussion, it pains me to my ear. Really, I'm so mad. But anyway, let me use the mic here for Kesh. Thank you.
Mr. Kesh, are you there? Looks like he's not there. The host, over to you.
All right. Okay, Catch. I think Catch is here. Catch, go ahead. Catch, go ahead. Go ahead if you can hear me, Catch. Okay. I'm around me here. All the Catch. I'm on going up on up. But look, um, the only thing in Chico ni here ni na abuna. Imana,
Ikenga,
yeah.
Ikenga, don't be offended. The incident that took place in that happened in is he Agolo or Peter Obi's hometown? I have inform like I'm not that I have a I don't know if it's a credible information anyway, but I have information that points to call it that it's a kind of a cult activity. I don't know if that is true. Yeah, can you buttress more on that if possible? If you have any information regarding to that, thank you.
Okay. I called the commissioner for information a few minutes ago to know what really happened, and according to him, the investigation is still ongoing. So it's not something that I can talk about. But when they conclude with the investigation with the one that happened in at Sofia, he will come here to tell us what happened. And another thing in Chico. On press released by a man powerful. From that warning against people na ma post the kind with some image and the description. I was went for the thing. It's very funny to me. Very very funny. Ihe ọjọọ dị very ihe ndị achị ọchị bụ ọkwa ịfụ ụwa a, ife iji wee tụrụ mmadụ ka a ga-eji wee tụrụ gị. But I don't know beauty with brains. If you have that this thing I sent to you, please read it out. I want people to hear.
Okay, I just got it. It says the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has condemned posters of its leader Nnamdi Kanu depicting him as a criminal, flooding most streets of Abuja. That's the title. Okay. The poster, which has Kanu's photograph, was also boldly written on it. Nnamdi Kanu must pay for killing our security agents and innocent citizens. While condemning the act in a statement released to newsmen, the spokesperson of the group, Emma Powerful, said it is not only false but also prejudicial to his ongoing trial. These posters, bearing his image alongside a skull and crossbones symbol with, with inflammatory words like Nnamdi Kanu must pay for killing our security agents and innocent citizens, are not only false but also dangerously prejudicial to his ongoing trial. Powerful further claimed that the poster is aimed at influencing the judiciary, intimidate the legal process, and poison public opinion against its leader. I think I will stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. The reason, Joash, let me touch on this. I don't have problem with the powerful. I don't have problem with him at all. But so these people, manner, it's bad to assassinate someone's character or even to flame things that, oh, you are not sure about. Though, my respect to Powerful because echeta m na mgbe a na-ekwu ife gbasara Ifeanyi Uba, I think Powerful Odele, yeah, I remember Odele about it. That people Ode, I remember that Ode something about it. Say people stop war, ekwu ha, but ihe anụnwa, ihe nji wee kwuo bụ na ị gaa under the comment, under the comment, if we a lot of them. People, they are the one, and then look at what they are doing to our leader. But these same followers of Nnamdi Kanu, they will print people's obituary fake posters. They like to talk about people. If somebody died, they will come online wishing people death. If they will come online to wish somebody that you have a heart failure and die. Look at this one with many teeth. They call Methuselah that looks like Butch Baby. Ọkwụ follow the other time on online na-ezi and ya nọ na ijele na ọ na cough broad na very soon na ọ ga cough his kidney. I mean to say. Okay, ọkwa follow that thing na ọgwa ijele turn go the egwu ya Nnamdi Kanu. Ọ pụta online na ihe ọ ya dị eti na asị jegodu na nke Ikenga. Na ife Ikenga na ndị otie na-ekwu. But ihe ahụ ị na-agwa ndị ọzọ ka a gwara onye isi ụlọ na-enweghị iwe. I think these people have to learn. If you want people to respect you, you must learn how to respect people. Not just but na their leaders. Men don't follow them to do things like these at times. But the followers also matters. Because whatever, like in the Mefor before, whatever your followers name online can be attributed to you. You can even be judged by if your followers name. That's why you are called a leader. But some of them will say, he different people name online to judge Nnamdi Kanu. But Nnamdi Kanu say you know be the leader of over 80 million people. Where are that 80 million people? So who will take responsibility of if 80 million people men? On our boyfriend men and Nigeria, you just blame Nigerians. You blame Tinubu. Tinubu is not working in Nigeria Central Bank. But anytime there's a hype in foreign currency or whatever, Naira depreciating, who do you blame? You blame the leader. Today, I'm surprised some of them Najo. Why would Nigerian government move in the Kanu's case from treason to terrorism? So you don't know why. So you want to tell me that you don't know why Nigerian government moved the case of Nnamdi Kanu from treason to terrorism? Just like some of them don't even know why it seems like the case of Nnamdi Kanu, it's not going smoothly. Like they know they come to court the day they're supposed to. If they say 20 and 23rd, that 20 they will sit, 23rd they will sit. They don't even know why that thing is happening. They don't know. They don't know. All of them, what they will be talking is, oh, we are winning. But you listen to what Uwazuruike said. He said when the judge will praise his last judgment. It's not all about how many senior advocates you people have. It's not going to judge by how many senior advocates. And these senior advocates, they keep any exhibit they presented, they will take it. Any exhibit they presented, they will take. And do you know what is funny? The person got Chiaya Balo Ejimako. The person that's as if not know the undertone of Ife Rafu was Likekuru. Rafu was Likekuru is currently discrediting all the senior advocates, not at that case. Because according to him, now the only people who follow try to be Ejiofor and Ejimako. The Rafa was looking where you say, why are you accepting all the exhibits presented by the Nigerian government? Okay, now let me go back to this powerful statement. Look, I don't want to be disrespectful, but the thing about I want those commenters ndo to ndị isi Kano and ndị abụgasị isi Kano, most of them may be dogi with isi Kano na this thing because Hamana Abiahana, that's how I identify them. I want them to know not the same pains how they feel ka ndị ọzọ na-efeel anytime ha pụta to blackmail onye aka ya dị ọcha, because these are blackmailers. These are bunch of blackmailers and the soulless human beings. People anaghị think pains mmadụ ọpụta okwu ofu ife just to bodo gị ya obodo gị ya onye isi ha agbachi nkịtị ajụ asị efe ọkụ Uche Mefor na-eme ife niile ọ na-emefu ka onye isi tụpụ onye isi agha tụpụrụ ya ọnụ because onye isi ekeretigo us versus them dynamic. If all need is ime bụ ojezi oje nọla ana unu nwa bụrụzia the one ya debusu Uche Mefor nyanwa nọzia n'azụ were fake account na-amụ amụ asị na onwe họtai isi onwe họtai mana ihe ọbụla unu na-ekwu ọma about it ma ndị ọ na-enye unu kwuo. So unu mmadụ that pains unu feel anytime mpụtakwu about Nnamdi, even mkpọ ya Nnamdi iwe webe unu mana unu pụta unu akpọ Tinubu amamife unu na-akpọ ya kpọọ Buhari Jubri, even insult Ọhaneze. Agwa m unu last time mkwuru okwu sị unu na even ndị ọcha onwe ndị a na-akpọ ọcha amamọcha brigade amamife a na-akpọdo ha ndị otu Willie Obianọ web ndị ọcha. Do you know na onye ọcha ka Nnamdi Kanu mma na Nigeria? Okay, nwụọ ọnụ because onye agboro nọ na station is operating under the government of Anambra State in Onitsha, also na the state actor ka Nnamdi Kanu mma. But some of you don't know, even ndị Balo nọ under the chairman of the market, nọ under the government of Anambra State ka bụrụ state actor karịa Nnamdi. But nkwuoye iwe webun. Instead of you to take your time, just say, nna ife ikenga kwuru nna eziokwu. It's not all about noise. It's not all about noise. Ọ bụrụ ịpụta ị na-etigbo na-enye ọda, ọ bụrụ dị igbu mmadụ, ọ bụrụ dị ikwu ihe ya eme ndị ọbara ha ya agba n'ilo. It's not even all about that. Onye wheelbarrow ndị a na-akwabaro n'ime afịa no under the market leader no under the local government or mayor of that state, that mayor no under the governor, that governor no under the federal government. Onye balaghị na-afụ so n'ebe anụnwa na work for with government bụ state actor karịa genwa bụ Nnamdi enweghị ihe bụ na Nigeria. But advice was, wholeheartedly given to Nnamdi Kanu. He ignored it. Take this your madness and enter politics and see if onwere ihe ya emeta ọjụ. And the if Oju is not because he don't want politics. He don't want anybody to challenge him. Because Obu no worry about politics. He atụrụ Nnamdi ego for 10 years without account. Nzuchoka for Mefor sịrị na ọ bụ na IPOB bụ business na oligo mgbe a ga-eteki stock. Ọ bụrụ na IPOB bụ business, olugo time a ga-eji wee take stock. People pụtara na-ajụ m Ikenga, why are you attacking Nnamdi Kanu? He disappointed us. He disgraced us. Humiliated us. And not only that, what take over if that belongs to all of us. jide our people, turn her against each other. Apụtazia today, ihe afụ onye afụ n'ụbem before. Mana plan ọ nọ na-ekpe ekpere sị ọsọ ekpere ọ na-ekpe bụ Chukwu mee ka ike nga nwụọ. Ma nwụọ ọnya nwa ya anwụ, family ya anwụ. Not me. Ị jụọ ekere ihe m mere, ihe bụ iwe bụ na nna akparị Nnamdi Kanu. But Nnamdi Kanu anyị na-ekwu na nna akparị na-apụta kparịa the elders of the land. Ọkwa nne ewu na taa gbara nwa ya na-ene ya anya n'ọnụ. Oke mgbe ahụ m na-anọdụ nnọdụ ọ na-akpali ọha na eze, ọ maghị na mụ ya akparịkwa ya. Ọkwa asị na ọ bụrụ you lead by example. If you want your followers to respect people, you the leader must learn how to respect people. Onye ka o ji abụ nkwute okwu some private life ya sị m no private life ya na o nweghị onye ọ bụ ọ na m abụghị nwoke. So ọ bụrụ na aga ka anyị na-eje Nnamdi eburu young lady nke na-enwe m iwe bụ ntu esi wee dee he was caught with a young lady n'ime the other room. Ibi ikwu asị no private life. So ọ bụrụ na etu a ka ndị niile echela anyị si ebu young lady ọ na-enwe ọnụ today na-ekwu na Nigeria is not working. Gwagodu mo kelu the gods onye nyelu Nnamdi Kanu audacity to challenge any politician in Nigeria considering ifenya bụ Nnamdi mere. Nnamdi Kanu adịghị transparent. Nnamdi Kanu he can give account of what was given to him. How many years? The only thing Nnamdi Kanu gwara, nobody should go close to finance. So ntụtaba ego tụtata ego nye gị esim don't go close to a guy. Ha tụrụ nya nye gị because no Chineke abịa maka ebu. Ebe imi butela anyị Chukwu okike abịa ma. Look, let me tell you people, let me round up. We must tell ourselves the truth. I don't hate anybody, but I fear nobody. I will tell you exactly how it is, and you can't do anything. Onwere ihe ga-emenwu, onwere ọsọgodo bido taa wish gido m ka nwụọ imanwụ gị nwa ya anwụ akwa ngị nọrọkwa na-emekwa ife na-eme. Most of them say na mma anwụ anwụọ na. O nwere nke buru amụma mgbe asị na ike nga ya na ma ya karị 100 days ego gịnị nwana amarụzbe ebe onye nke a dị ọ ndị socha wee deceive Nnamdi. Ha pụtaghị eburi amụma na ha fụrụ na Biafra ya abịa echi. Nnamdi echezie n'eziokwu pụta ozugbo kwuo na onye polisi ọbụla anya nweta ambush them from back. Ejezia mee ambush ọsị na ọ bụ ọkwa ya. But ọgụ nwa pụtasịrị ambush them. Ọ bụrụ na eji gba Murtala Muhammed airport ọkụ ịpụta ife ya ekwu na ọ bụ ọgụ. Everyone now supporting Nnamdi respect you onwe ya. Wait for this boy a na-akpọ J-Pack onye mmụ ya gwu ya respect ya ndị nwunye goli ihe a na-eme na ayaka ọzọ bụrụ nlaikịta. Ọ bụ na ịmahụ what is going on imechi ọnụ ayaka kịta anụnwa ngwagwanụ m na ka ha si wee na-echi ya ayaka kolu Nnamdi egwu onye agha na nwanne ya ọzọ bụ ndị ifu the more a na-eme to de-radicalize people. These people are radicalizing people the more, and we supposed to start calling them out. Ntu anụnwa Chief Ralph Uwazuruike Accuses wee kwu okwu, we don't have to insult him, but we call him out, tell him our brother, our senior brother or our father, stop that nonsense. What are you talking about? How do you mean? And the comparison, the way they compare, it's what I don't understand. Oh, look at him not. Is he the only person that said that? So, I don't understand these people. Oh, Sunday Igbo, na Sunday Igbo. How many times can Sunday Igbo Putago say ambush police, kill them, burn their police station, burn airport, burn Board everywhere, mad people. How many times? Why can't you tell your children the truth? You are not just being honest. In a behave ka okenye si na ya ha ata n'ụsụ mana iji eze na-ekere ụmụaka n'ụsụ. That's exactly. And if I bụ ife tinyela anyị na this predicament na Igbo, okenye ya afụcha eziokwu ị na-eme ka ị sound politically correct. Kedu ife o mere na ikwukwala ekwu na ha jee court, so ịma na ihe o mere adịghị mma na eje court na ikpe ya gbaa. If you want people to listen to you, you start by condemning the act of onye and involved. He condemn the act, condemn Chazasaza. Oh, okay, let's look for a way to rescue our brother. Onwere onye obi na-eri nke dị njọ. Onwere onye obi na-eri nke dị njọ. Ịpụta kịta isi onye gburu nwanne ya na-alụ police. Let's look for a way to rescue our brother. So nwanne ya na-alụ police egburu ndụ na ndị ka mma. Ịpụta isi ndị anụ wee belu private part nwanne ha nwaanyị nke onye amị. Ịpụta isi let's look for a way. So Nnamdi ka onye amị ahụ ebelu private part ya mma. So Nnamdi Kanu karịrị Goodluck ka Ahmed. So nyanwa ka Obiora Abasamelo. So nyanwa ka Okechukwu dị oke. Nnamdi ka nda. Or you people ọpụtado na ịma hụ na ndị a nwụrụ. Ọpụtado na ịma hụ na these people nwụrụ. I'm not saying no Nnamdi gburu ha, but kedu ihe gburu ha? Agitation. Is agitation. Iso na ndị bidoro. Iwe the gods ịpụta be gwa ndị Igbo ibi ikpọ ndị Igbo anwazikwa na anwakwa echikwa ma our governor warning ọ bụrụkwa gị. I don't want to disrespect you, but I will speak to you as a senior. I try kwani again. We are wasting time, our energy, our resources trying to de-radicalize people, and you are radicalizing them the more. Gị na ndị ọzọ. Gị na ndị ọzọ. Ma nke a na-agboje pak ma yaka na ndị ọzọ. What is all this? Why? Kedu ihe na-eme ndị Igbo? Onweghị onye sị ga like na Nnamdi, mana ị na-like ya, you consider what is going on now. Consider what is going on now. Thank you very much. Hustling Benjamin, you can take the mic. Hustler, I don't know if you can hear me. Go ahead. Hustling, can you hear me? I don't know what's going on. In my network, my this thing crash. I don't know why. Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, sure, I can hear you.
Okay. You see what I want to do? And when some new people just join, Maram come atom to play if I was cool. I call audio okay. Should I replay
Okay.
it?
Yeah, sure. That would be better. That would be better, yeah.
Okay. You hold on for me. Let me quickly do that. And the metal I when I send the other number was a boy on a phone. Boy on a phone and see our brother nya kwa kolo onwe obokwa na ife njikwa akpọ mama bokwa na mama hafia. Ọkpasukwa m iwe akpọ m afa m abalị. So na nna akpọkwa ya brother abụọkwa na ọkpasu m iwe na mama what to say. And like any dịkwa m ịkwanyelu nze sịrị ka ịkwanyelu ugwu. Yes, abalị gonya before meta ma apologies. But nya mekwana ka onye tọkwa ọ bụ ya ọkpọkọrọ ụmụaka ewere egwu na nke ikpeazụ a. I want us to listen.
Ndị Igbo ekenekwa m n'ụlọ. Vidiyo anụ m na-eme ugbu a ọ bụla gbasara ndị Igbo, so ọ na okwu anyị ka m ga-ekwu ya n'olu anyị, olu ndị Igbo. Ọkwa ihe gbasara Nnamdi Kanu. A ma ekwu okwu maka ihe mege na Abuja taa, ebe a na-ekpe Nnamdi Kanu ikpe. Ọ na m nọtụ mana jụọ m sị nwere ihe ndị ọzọ ma m amarụ, enwere mkpebi enwere m amarụ. Ikpe a ikpe gị na Abuja taa a na-ekpe Nnamdi Kanu, ele ebe eji ya aga, ele ha chọrọ n'ime ya, ele mkpebi ka enwe, ele ihe ebumnobi eji ekpe gị ikpe a. Ka ha ga-eme achieve, ka ha ga-enweta n'ikpe a ikpe gị na Abuja. Mụnwa asọpọtụ ya ikpe gị na Abuja. Na 2005 oge Obasanjo enwere similar situation. Onye izizi eme na arrest mgbe awa Sanjo Kubo, ngwa onye abụọ eme na arrest ebe m na-agba bọọlụ. Emecha ma arrest Frederick Pasham, mecha ma arrest Gani Adams, buru anyị nchabuga Abuja na-ekpe anyị ikpe for treason and treasonable felony. Anyị anọ mgbe o rukwe mgbe a ga-ahapụcha ndị ọzọ a, jide m nọ extra 1 year and a half before a hapụrụ m. Mana ikpere ikpe anyị anọ kwuo okwu similar things that time. Mana taa asụsụ na terrorism. Fine, terrorism. Ihe meke na Nigeria taa, ọsọ Nnamdi Kanu mege ya. It's not terrorism. Ihe niile egbuge n'ugwu Hausa, from Maiduguri to Zamfara to Kaduna to name it, the entire North Central, we get the same. Ọkwa terrorism again. Gbugo onye ọbụla, ma ndị uwe ojii, ma ndị amị, ma onye ihu ma onye azụ. Ọkwa egudege ndị a over 10 years now. Mmadụ ole n'ime ha ka ekpeghị ikpe na kọọtụ Nigeria taa? Ndị Igbo nwụrụ maka m jụga ihe ndị a. Mmadụ ole n'ime ndị a ka ekpeghị ikpe taa? Nke onye Yoruba Sunday Igbo, nke ahụ na-eji m egbe ma n'ọnụ ihu na-eso ya na-akpọ ndụ mmadụ, ahapụ ya. Ele ebe ekpeghị ikpe taa? Ọwụsị onye kwugo okwu na redio ụzọ onye a na-akpọ ikpe terrorism. Kedu ebe ndị ọzọ nọ? Ọhịa m na-achụ, asịghị m na ekpe na ikpe terrorism, fine, kpewe ikpe. Kedụkwanụ ndị ọzọ n'oge ka anyị ncha anyị anụ mkpọrọ ahụ ugbu a ekpere anyị ikpe the same offense, the same time. Ọwụsị selected injustice ka emeke now na Nigeria. Ọ na mma ụra ana m arahụsi ọfụma maka ihe a ọ na-eri m nri n'ahụ m si na ya m na-eji ụlọ na-echekwado ya ụdị asọ ụsọ ya nwa na-amụta nwa na-apịwa ọnụ anara ofu onye oru azụ anara ndị oru niile azụ ndị Igbo lee ihe mego n'ụdị ihe a onye ọbụla mechi ọnụ gbapụ enweghị na-ekwuzi okwu ndị kwanụ bulitere keesi a na-ekpe senior advocate of Nigeria align na ọkụ ndị Igbo senior advocate fine ka anyị kọrọ na aka unu na-agbalịkwa senior advocate unu agbalịara all these SBs niile a etadaga emega set na court all these SBs niile a emega admit unu nọ nga SBs ọkwado ya ka a ga-eji enye judgment ka mgbe jọji gaji ide judgment ya ga-ekpe ọzọ ga were ndị o ji ede ya ele ebumnobi unu elebeghị unu cheke ka ọnụ ka anyị kpọpụta nwanne anyị ka a sacrifice ya ele ndị butere atụmatụ ikpe ikpeazụ aghọtara m na-eche ma enwere otu unu siri nwee mkpebi na Abuja ebe ahụ a na-enwe onye mmanụ because aghọtara m ha na-eme ihe a ọka achọga ka ha na-achọ ka oke fine ka a sị na ikpe mara ya ikpe masị anyị bidozie yọwa ayịyọ ayịyọ ahụ anyị na-ayọkwa n'ugbu a anyị ga-ayọ ugbu a ma ikpe ma ya ọwụ mgbe a ga n'ụlọ anyị hapụzie ya mgbe a sị ikpe amagbo ya anyị ọta ayịyọ ahapụ ya gwa ya ga ahapụ ya na ndị Igbo dị suppose ịpụta ime taa bụ isi na mba aga ekpe nwaanyị ikpe ọwụna aka na-ekpe ikpe ikpewe onye ọwụna kpọpụta isi nta enwere mgbe e gidere onye isi Boko Haram m chetara ebe a ga-aga zuo ya bụ na gọọmenti lodge Borno steeti na Abuja ile ihe ewu onye mmekọha na ndị Igbo onye ụgwọ na-akpụchi ọnụ pịam enweghị na-ekwu okwu enwe onye Igbo na-azọ nwanne ya ọ weta ya ka egbuo weta ya ka egbuo elee ihe ọjọọ Nnamdi Kanu mere na Naịjirịa ka a na-enwepụ onye mere ya mbọ na-enweke ndị na-agbụrisiga ndị mmadụ ọwụ terorizm ka ọ bụ elekwado ebe ha na-ekpekwa ha ikpe aghọta m ọna m nọrọ ma na-ajụ onwe m sị enwetara ebe ihe ndị a enwe ihe ha ahụ ga ma nna na-ahụ onye ọbụla emechi ọnụ mgbe ihe a na-eme na mbido akwụkwa m onye pụtara mgbe a na-eti mkpu ya echetara m ebe a nwa ka m nọ about 8 years ago na-asị na mmiri ya na-ezo na-achọrọ izo na ezowe n'ala Igbo na ọ ga-amụ nwaanyị dị ime makwa nwa o bu n'afọ ya ka m kwuru ya wilu m tụrụ mgbe ahụ ọ tara sut ka m yi echi m kwuru okwu a si na ihe niile a na-ekwu n'ala Igbo na a na-eme gburugburu World Igbo Congress ele ebe unu nọ taa ndị ahịa agwọ nọ n'akịrịka ele ebe unu nọ na ele ebe agwọ unu na anọ mụnwa nọ na South East for over 20 years now enwe ebe m gara onye nọzi bi na Amerịka na-ebi ha n'ala Igbo pụtasị na agwọ nọ n'akịrịka na-akọsọ ọgba aghara ugbu ọ ghọziele problem Nnamdi Kanu a na-atụ ha igodu Nnamdi Kanu ndị Igbo ma Igbo politicians a ga-eso na-atụrụ anyị ha aka ha nọ na ihe a ndị na-atụgo ego a ma World Igbo Congress a dị suppose ịtụrụ anyị ha gwa ya o ji wụrụ na Nnamdi Kanu onye ọbụla na-emechi ọnụ enwezi onye na-ekwu okwu ka esi akpọpụta ya dowe na ebe ahụ na-ekpe ya ikpe kedu ihe ọjọọ mere unu ncha aka unu na-anọ ndị Igbo adịghị suppose support ikpe taa. To be very honest, ka m kwukwa eziokwu, ndụ mere maịfile na ekpegide ikpe na ihe gbasara Nnamdi Kanu bụ Ejiofọ kwara na Asado Pastor Ejiofọ na lawyer Ejimakọ. Terrorism ma treason and treasonable felony awụghị eji egwu. Onye na-anọ si na-ewu senior advocate of Nigeria ewere HBs na-apaịlụ ka emere ebe admit gị nọ o wee mechaa admit ihe niile a ka ihe ị ga-eme jọji na-ede judgment ya sị how many senior advocates of Nigeria kpere ikpe ka m hapụzie SBS a ka ọrụ inwe ka m ga-eche ede judgment. Gịnị ka mere ha? Gịnị ka afọtọga ihe a? Aghọta m ihe ebe unu ga-aga o. Ihe m ji ekwu ka m kwukwe ya. Olukwe a ga-echeta na m kwuru ihe dị otu a. Aghọtaghị m ihe unu mere. Ọwụ ekpecha federal gọọmenti anyị ọgịdị kamgbe echi. Ege ha ntị. The judge n'onwe ya ama. Even without evidence, without SBS ndị a, na gọọmenti chọrọ ka a convict ya. Even without ihe ndị a, the body language federal government eshoko na ha chọrọ ka convict Nnamdi Kanu. Otherwise, ayọgide na-ekpegide ihe nọ n'isi ya ayọ ekwe ha. Anyị ga-enye aka si pụta nwanne anyị ka egbuo. Anyị ga-eso na support ya because ihe mụrụ nwere bụ unu support ga ya. Ọ convict ya ugbu a anyị bịazi anyị sị ngwa biko hapụ ya. A ga-ahapụzikwara because the moment a convince ha na asị na ikpe ama na onye a ekwu eche njikwa na eburu uche awụzikwa otu ọ dị. Anything can happen. Ịma ahụ ụdị convention na-adịbu abịa. Asị m ekwukwe ka eme because amanụ m ma enwere meeting na ha nwere na Abuja. Assurances ha nye n'ụlọ eji ekpega ikpe ikpeazụ a. Otu a ka esi ekpe ikpe treason and treasonable felony. Solution ya political solution. Ọ bụrụ na ekpe na court, ikpewe na court, ihe gaji ihu ebe ahụ ị ga-ala ike ya. Ọ gaghị efe oge. Ihe niile a na-emeta ọ ga ndị Igbo ka m kwukwe ya ugbu a. Orukwe mgbe ọ ga-ere amasakwa gwara m ụlọ agwa. Amakwa ebe ndị anyị hapụrụ uche, amakwa ebe ha na-aga. Anyị adịghị suppose iwere nwanne anyị nwoke kpọpụtara ha asa ikpe ekpege aka Uwazuruike anọkwa n'ime ya. Asị m ka m nkwukwe ka m taa ka anụkwa olu m ọ bụsakwanụ ndewonu.
Anyị anụna. Okay, hopefully take over, please. Muslim Benjamin, are you there? I'm not something. Okay, Republic of Alibo, yeah, right? Republic of Alibo. If you are there, please go ahead and speak.
Okay, thank you, my brother Ikenga Luago. I think, if I'm not mistaken, your name. My name is Ozo Umakune. I know your assertion and what you are saying. I must appreciate some of your things, some of your words. Secondly, I have listened to what Chief Rafu Uwazuruike said. But one thing I got my own idea in the neighbor say I wouldn't do actually we must distance ourselves first from Biafra. Biafra has nothing to do with Ndibo. Ndibo Biafra here Ndibo. Biafra ideology is all Eastern region ideology. It's not about Igbo. It's about a region where Ogutukwu is governing. So it is not about Igbo. And I don't know why if people want to do things, they always try to trigger Ndibo by Ndibo. Okurora will have a problem with the Ebom airline. Instead of settle the problem with the Ebom airline, Ndibo. This kind of assertion is very, very wrong. You have a problem with somebody, treat the problem happen Igbo. Now Uwazuruike capital na kama ọ ga-akpọwa ndị Biafra ọsị ya onye ọhịa ọ na-azọ ya kpọwa ndị Igbo. This kind of assertion are very, very bad. And anybody thinking that Uwazuruike is saying wrong thing. Uwazuruike is not saying wrong thing. Uwazuruike is a father of Nnamdi Kanu. He brought Nnamdi Kanu up. I know the Uwazuruike very well. Since I've been going to Uwazuruike house, I have never seen any of his children. My animal abụọ afọ ọwụ na ọ mụrụ ụmụ ama m. But ihe ma nwaanyị ya dị ọcha. Nwaanyị aka ma ụlọ ọlọ. Mana I have never set my eyes any of his kids. Ọ na ha nọ Nigeria, I don't know. So you don't think or expect Uwazuruike to say a different thing because he's involved. Yes, because I'm involved. Uwazuruike is involved. Had he been natural Uwazuruike mkpọrọ, I don't think Nnamdi Kanu will come out. But I want everybody that is here to know that Nnamdi Kanu must face the justice squarely. Nnamdi Kanu is not fighting for Ndi Igbo. We did not send Nnamdi Kanu for any freedom fighting. Ndi Igbo is scattered all over Nigeria doing their business, occupying land, expanding. Unfortunately, somebody try Kejani, Imakwa Galogudi landmass of Igbo, check population of Ndi Igbo. Mateji Gabi Pafegani, Emana Nigeria alone, even Nigeria is Ndi Igbo. As a nation, Ndi Igbo is selling Imia. Do you know the kind of business and expansion or empire Ndi Igbo they build when it comes to economics and commerce? Then you want to bring out into one plot of land and put 2 million people into one plot of land. Can you make it? I suffocate here. So we Igbo, I think we here question as all Nigeria. Because Nnamdi Azikiwe is the first person fighting for independence of Nigeria. Oh Igbo, why I need Jemezi ignore? Why are we not fighting that Nigeria belongs to us? Because when you read the history of Nnamdi Azikiwe, who's the Zik of Africa, what led him to United States to go and study is because of freedom. When he come back, he starts fighting for it. Before that, bringing others onto it to give Nigeria independence from the hand of the British. And now, anya tag earlier a sabo no Nnamdi Azikiwe. Sorry, I don't know. Nah, I don't know if my voice is coming out. Can anybody hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now you hear these people call themselves Biafra. Now Zik evil man. No ya tire na problem na him. Ke problem no tire. Tell me the problem Zik tire. You want Biafra. If you go and check the territory of Biafra and the Portuguese name, regard for that no way any part of Ali Igbo on that map. You just, if not because of Ojukwu, fight for to protect his own interests as a leader and the region Ebona govern. What could have led us into the war? Am I right or the avoidable? A lot of prominent Igbo people then try to stop Ojukwu from doing that, because the war could have been avoided. But out of arrogance, because our military governor, out of arrogance, he want to protect his territory. He went to war. He want to repeat this 25th generation. Somebody got knock at normally, just knock at normally out of nothing. I know Uwazuruike very well. Mali out of nothing. Mboso grachi ijere na nri. Akpọrọ m ka m soro gaa dia. Aka ntam oturu m ya. First thing mburu ụzọ gwa onye gwara m the things ka m soro gaa dia. Uwazuruike ọ na-aga echi ijele. Uwazuruike so ga-wetere Biafra. O wetele Biafra ga echi ijele. He went to ijele ndị Igbo. Ama m ihe ọ na-ejele for. Ama m onye nyere leadership ọ na-eje uru nke ndị Igbo. In fact, let me tell you, ndị Igbo need to reshuffle themselves. Now, ndị ọhaneze ebidokule their politics again. If you go to our Facebook page, I advise them. Unu si na eche Biafra 30th May, unu agazi eme as Biafra ga-emezi as Igbo, honoring of Igbos who died in the Biafra war. That is a political statement. If you people really want to show that unu chọrọ honor ndị Igbo, unu should pick another date and another day or another month to honor Igbo who died for that. That one, I did my guess, but not that on that made me a declare Biafra. That means when you use a political statement, our people educate that Biafra has nothing to do with Igbo. We are Igbo people. You cannot say in as independent of Igbo. Now, onye Calabar nọ n'ime ya, you recognize onye Calabar. Onye Bibio nọ n'ime, you recognize onye Bibio. Onye Kerafia, onye Calabari na ya, onye Kerafia, Kerafa obodo Asari Dokuba, onye kedu ihe a na-akpọ asef nọcha n'ime ya, you recognize you want to dominate all these people. The same map ahụ Ojukwu use ka ị na-use, the same name ka ị na-use, the same flag ka ị na-use, ga-esi ị na-akwu Igbo national movement. I don't know. Can you convince the world? They confuse ignorant ndị Igbo, I got confused with the world. So what I want to say is this: we must distance ourselves from Biafra. I want to re-educate our people in a sense of belonging. First of all, Igbo must distance themselves from Biafra, as other people who are in the same region have distanced themselves from Biafra. We must distance ourselves from Biafra. That is one of the ways to start educating our people and removing the minds of the younger ones generation out of this mess. If not, I'm telling you, Igbo, the porous. If I tell you how many threats I have received, you guys see. But I told them that these things will we have done all these things past. So that is only what I want to say. Thank you very much for giving me the space to speak.
Can I just ask you a
Thank you all.
question, please?
Ask me a question.
All right. There are some statements you made that I might not totally agree with, which is in the.
You cannot agree with all
That's
my
what I want to
statement.
ask
Make
now.
your question
That's what I want
question.
to ask. I mean, if you
Yeah.
don't want to engage me, it's okay. I'm not going to. That's
Ask me your question.
so.
Go
When
straight
you
and ask
made
me your question.
reference to Ojuku and you said something about it was an avoidable war, Ojuku shouldn't have gone to war. If you were in Ojuku's shoes, what would you have done differently? Thank you.
I will avoid the war. What is the cause of
How?
the war?
That's
That
why
is
I
the
want to
most
know
first of
how.
thing. Okay. When they went to Aburi, this question is what I want to ask you. When they went to Aburi, did Ojuku mention anything Biafra there?
Um,
When they went to Aburi,
I
did
asked
Ojuku
you.
mention anything Biafra there?
I want you to ask me. I want because you know what's led to all of this. I mean, I don't like when we.
I have answered you that is unavoidable.
That's why
If
I
I'm
asked you
Ojuku, I will
how.
avoid it.
How would you avoid it?
How will I avoid
Yes.
it? How I will avoid it is this, because that is why I asked you, did Ojuku mention anything about Biafra in
No, he
Aburi?
did not.
So since the Ojuku did not, hold on now. Since Ojuku did not mention anything about Biafra in Aburi, what did they discuss in Aburi? What is the topic in Aburi? And that is where we have to start. Because that discussion in Aburi is the main thing, not Biafra. So had he been it is Biafra that took them there, then it would have tell
So
me.
okay, the next question that follows it is what was the reason why the Biafra thing was declared at the time? Do you know
The one of the thing the Biafra was
why was
declared.
it declared at the time?
The reason why it was declared is Ojuku interest. Ojuku have an interest to hold this region tight. Simple.
Okay.
Just like governor of, just like governor of Anambra State now. Governor of Anambra State, maybe federal government want to change the governor. Let me show or take the region. The governor of Anambra State can stand, say this place I'm controlling. You cannot take it from me. He tried to defend the territory of Anambra, and maybe if he cannot, may declare a country of Anambra because he has everything there. He has the right as a political leader. So that's what happened during that time. So
Okay, you mean that because we're here now, we're learning at the end of the day, so we're also just having conversation. So, what about the history of what happened in 1966, where people were being, you know, why it's something that I kind of relate with because I was also born in the north, and I remember twice we had to leave the north because of some little, not little, some riots here and there. So, what do you have to say in that regard, where people were killed in the north at the time?
Okay, okay,
Because you said
my brother,
the
Negans.
war could have been avoided by Ojukwu. That Ojukwu was protecting
Yes,
his own
yes.
his own
Now,
interest.
chere ka m bịa. Chere ka m bịa. Aga m asa gị ajụjụ a and jụkwa gị ajụjụ. Before Ojukwu declare the war, nwere ndị gwara Ojukwu si ya, don't declare the war. Nwere ndị mere Ojukwu encourage, this is not the best way to go. Nwere ndị mere ya encourage that time. Or try to lecture Ojukwu not to go in that way. Ọ chọrọ ịga.
Of
Nwere
course.
ndị
Ndị
awụ ihe m jụrụ gị, o nwere akwa o nwere.
yes, of
Okay,
course.
that is means all the avoidable, Abi. Then let me answer your question. It was Q awụghị Igbo Q. I always say it, awụghị Igbo Q. But because of the way Igbo, the high rank of the military people from the Hausa tribe was assertion that na Hausa na think that na ihe a way tribal coup ka ị ka a ga-esi bịa which gị onwe gị n'onwe ikwu onye Igbo ome na-eme today yakwa ihe a ka ị ga-think maka okenge uru agụso onwe onye obi na-eri nke ọjọọ na ndị abịa chekicha egburu ndị Yoruba gbuo ndị a nweghị ndị isi Igbo gbagoterenu ekwesịrị igbu egbughị ndị a. What is happening? And ndị nọ n'ọkwa the highest ọkwa top ọkwa at that time na military wụcha ndị Igbo na ndị a mee assumption na ihe a ga-ahụ na ndị a chọrọ iji opportunity a wipe isi ya ndị ka anyị na-egekwe ntị ndị leadri that riot ahụ or masquerade ndị Igbo ahụ their leader or just let me say will I say citizens just start the riot and mara ihe butere the riot ụda o nwere egwu ndị Igbo compozuru na-agụziri mgbe anyị ji mọkụ ndị Hausa onye na-ebe akwa kpara anụma egwu na ebe akwa kpara anụma. This is the song ndị Igbo compose. Ama how many years did that time? We have mere trigger ndị Hausa ji bido. Now the same thing na-ekwu na happened in Owerri mgbe e nwere riot e mere n'Owerri. Onye Hausa were dọbale gbagbuo onye Igbo. Anyị nwa mụ onwe m n'ebe a soro gade riot ga tiri ama Hausa. Ịma ndị Hausa ole anyị gburu na-ekwu okwu Owerri. Ịma ndị Hausa ole anyị gburu n'ime Hausa because anyị si na onye Hausa gbagburu onye ahụ. Na ịhụrụ assumption anyị, we did that. The same thing na ndị Hausa mere during that time.
Okay.
The same thing happened in Owerri.
Yeah, let me say something. Like for me, I think very, very difficult to, because most of the things equal now your submission. I kind of like agree with them because we were talking about recent times. But again, Igawa back in history, and with records of these killings around the country of specifically in the Igbo, Meru, because more
my brother,
I'm mentioning I move him that time, move him that time. Just
my brother
I move him that time, right?
Okay.
So ihe ọbụla m na-ekwu na bụ ihe a gwara m ihe ngụta somewhere ma ihe ngwọchi somewhere.
Throw your mic. Dr. CJ Nekwokucha. Then yeah, thank you very much. I will come to you.
Ihe niile na-ekwu na abụrụ na nnọ as a witness ghọta ọ ihe akọrọ m or some of them ihe ngụta na akwụkwọ ma nke ngwọchita na ya na awọcha ya na onyonyo. So, but for me, in all honesty, right, I can never come to that point. Yeah, Bia blame Wojuku for the war, because from most of our people, they know at the time, most of them, no, because descending voices, they may have descending voices here and there, right? But to say that Ojuku could have avoided the war, for me, it's a bit. It was possible for him to avoid it. For him to avoid it, but he just mean anything. You understand? That's where I see it from. He just stay and do nothing. That's the only way he could have avoided it. But in a situation, from what history has said, is that they had Igbo people, massacred all over the north, and even blocking the ones that were running away and killing them. In that position, if you're in that position, I wonder what you will have done. So, and ndị egburegbu self, I were also told that those people egburegbu, some of them, they were also put in trains naga towards the southeast. So for me, if those things were like a reality or factual history, then not only in position of Ojukwu. I mean, the next thing is defense. So you might also have your own perspective, because I think you sound elderly, so you also witness these things, and you might have a first-hand information and story to all of this. But from what I know, that the Ojukwu couldn't have avoided that war. That even though he tried, I mean, they were just pushed to the wall. Where people were being massacred all over the country, especially people from the eastern part of Nigeria. So I can really agree that Ojukwu was protecting. Of course, everybody has interest, but to say that the interest is solely his, I cannot disagree, and that's it. I mean, we can agree to disagree.
Okay, Igbo Republic. Do you just use 2 minutes to answer Dr. CJ? Then we go to Dr. Rinze. But if you are not ready, I think okay, Grandmaster, your hand is up. Igbo Republic, can you hear me?
I'm hearing
Okay,
you. I'm hearing you, my brother.
okay. Use 2 minutes to answer Dr. CJ.
My brother, Dr. CJ, the program in Eku, Igbo program, and you have to know that now this massacre in Eku in 1966 also happened in Lagos. It also happened in the Yoruba land. Yoruba land. I don't know why you people don't get that history. That Nebu Kurendi na Yoruba land. Now, why are you people only focusing it in the north? Agwalangi, the reason why in the north Buaga. And you don't see it as a reason. Now, Ikuwele Ndi Igbo Egburu at 1954 or 1957, I think. That thing happened only in one state, not entire northern state. And remember, Ndom Egburu na Old Eastern region that time. Ma onye Calabar, even Egbu onye Bini, ha na-akpọ ya onye Igbo. Just like the way Isheme Biafra na kụkọrọ other tribes na kụkọcha akpọ ha ndị Igbo. That is the way onye Hausa si afụga ndị nọ na Old Eastern region. Onye ọbụla n'ebe a bụ onye Igbo. Ama m ịghọta ebe na Ghana, ha afụga ya. Now, second, isi na ọwụrụ gị na Ojukwu, ọ bụrụ na Ojukwu edika Biafra, Nigeria agaraghị ịbịa in the southeast, eastern region. Because ihe triggera Nigeria military or Nigeria ji bịawa abịawa ahụ, Ojukwu did not go to war. Ojukwu just declare Biafra his own territory, old eastern region. That's what trigger Nigeria. Mara na Ojukwu a governor in Nigeria government. A Nigeria governor inside Nigeria government. The territory in a Nigeria territory. So in a me again check. Though again not be a whole country with a sovereign country, you declare another country inside it. Give feeling haga abagenkete. Give feeling haga abagenkete. I don't understand. So that is the only thing I want to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Iwo, I don't know. Grandmaster Bo, Dr. Rinzo, when you can, but
Go let
Dr.
Dr.
Rinzo Bo,
Rinze
Grandmaster.
go, please. He's my senior,
Okay,
so let him go. Thank you.
all right.
Okay, Grandmaster, my brother. I'm King and everybody. I greet you all. I'm just listening to what everybody have been saying with regards to the happening. Although ihe njue bịa the speaker section was
Your voice.
okay. Yeah, hello. You can go in another room now.
Yeah, audio.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So what I'm saying is this: one of the things in the speaker section was just to address one of the speech this guy Uwazuruike with regards to Iyaji Nnamdi Kanu or something like that. Although before then, before and when was there some present discussion with regards to what caused Biafran War and all those things. Although I'm not there, and history has its own way of saying things. I won't want to join or participate with or join any team by trying to demean the efforts of our fallen heroes and our fathers. We respect them for their bravery, and we appreciate all their efforts. However, people that have fought those wars, even Ojukwu himself, came out after and said, Ozemena. Ozemena. My dad participated, may he so rest in peace, participated very, very well in the war. Anytime you kwuru okwu Biafran war, say cousin, because I want to go as a or say that thing. They don't want to remember anything that has to do with that war. It was a very, very big hit on every Igbo. So I don't want to discuss that much. From the history we had and from all the discussion with regards to the war, it was just to address what my brother said. It was an unavoidable, push from Ojukwu. But just like I said, that one is by the way. It's an unavoidable push. So, but those ones are by the way. Now, as in Igbo, if I na-achọ a way forward, nke meru omechagoga. Then with regards to what is happening in Nigeria, and then what Uwazuruike na-ekwu maka ihe ojiji Nnamdi Kanu, I have always said this. I want ndị Igbo, although thankfully that people have started, over time, trying to reflect and think in a broader perspective with regards to some of the things, and with this kind of discussion of Biafra. That is why I say I don't want to equal much with regards to here in 1960, because most of us, everybody, you could have another thing. People are emotional about it. That is why I be an unfortunate people now put in Nigeria when they wouldn't them 419. Ndo to Uwazuruike, Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa and Co. and other people. Every Igbo person be very emotional when you call about the civil war. I chose the Meru. Or just like what Ojukwu said, and every other well-meaning in the Igbo Nrodog, or Zemena. So, but we won't allow anybody any longer to use, probably emotional kind of narrative and rhetorics to be deceiving our people. People have, come up, recently, onye pụta okwuo something, onye mee ihe osi na ndị Igbo, well accepted. The fact is, there are some level of, marginalization against ndị Igbo in Nigeria, strategically, but from my own perspective, marginalization, everybody, they say opinion is just like a simple pendulum on the physics. Opinion on from my own, humble opinion, marginalization is virtually everywhere. I grew up in the north, it's virtually everywhere. However, ndị Igbo kwa nwekwara there are, some level of marginalization and and that is why at every point in time, whenever I'm on spaces, whenever anywhere, I encourage people, we need to put in more effort, participate in politics. We should participate very, very well. It will take time, a lot of things, but we should participate and be very, very sensitive with people that will come to deceive us. if you go n'ihe Uwazuruike na-ekwu, you can get your speech you make. Uwazuruike, you are not talking about, the level of criminal. What Nnamdi Kanu ihe o mere ndị Igbo, o nwere onye na-ekwu that one. That is, anytime people come up to discuss about.
Doc, your voice are different.
Okay, hello. Okay, like I have voice is in an now. Hello.
Yeah, it's audio okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So what I'm saying is this: that anytime people put out kuboku Nnamdi Kanu asikwa Nnamdi Kanu asiro. Sometimes the question I ask myself is this: people are not discussing, the evil Nnamdi Kanu committed, just like what I'm trying to, direct my question to Uwazuruike, although it's an name where you can go away, from his speech, Nnamdi Kanu mere ndị Igbo. A lot of people that he radicalized, a lot of the security outfit, Eastern Security Network that he put up, Mecharo, they later progressed by killing ndị Igbo and raping, doing a lot of evil na Igbo. Nobody is discussing that. So sometimes I understand that ndị Igbo nwekwara our own side of story owner. Anytime I chọrọ ịkpa mkpa, anytime I chọrọ ịrụtụ ana, and we as ndị Igbo, we must be sensitive with such kind of, rhetorics and such kind of people. Nobody is perfect, but ịchọrọ ịkpa mkpa, ịchọrọ ịrụ ana in a Nigerian setting, ịrụcha ana ahụ, ịmụ anya na-arụ ana ahụ, na-eme ife adịrọ mma, ịpụta enwe ka si wee jide onye ahụ, ihe onye ahụ ya apụtazi ọkwube ndị Igbo na anọ marginalization na nke onye nke a, onye nke a jide, trying to bring comparison between criminality, probably the way they handle a northern criminal and the way they handle, well accepted. Every region with their own kind of ideological conviction with regards to criminality and with regards to crime. If the northerners or probably the southwesterners, because just like ihe Uwazuruike kwuru, ọ na-eji ndị a na-ahapụ ndị Boko Haram, ka north anya do ha kịta. If the northerners, if they are allowing criminality to be the order of the day, probably they give, at the end of the day, do magu hapo a criminal at the end of the day. We, the Igbos, we won't allow that. It might sound not good, but we won't allow it. Onye nke anyị emetọrọ ife, ya dị egbu m na commit crime, ajide ga-esi kpọba ndị Igbo. We must not allow that in an Igbo. And then Nnamdi Kanu and his clique, although started with Uwazuruike, this is the rhetorics they started. Yesterday, I had, some kind of broader explanation, not the Igurubekura, with regards to how Ojos Okalu used Ndibo Jiri Nano so Obasanjo. And we have seen such things happening. I remembered vividly well, okay, Rino Omokri, a complete idiot. But we saw what he was doing during Buhari's time. Onye ọ na-achọrọ ịnọsọ any government ogo, onye ọ na-achọrọ ọkpọrọ ndị Igbo, o yuzuo ụmụ ife Biafra something, yuzuo marginalization, wee na-ekwu. Rino Omokri mere ihe, Shehu Sani mere ihe, Fani Kayode mere ihe, kịta ebe ka ha nọ. These people naturally, they don't like ndị Igbo. So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm talking, in a broader, a lot of things. What am I saying in essence? We must be sensitive. We must be sensitive with some of those rhetorics and some of this kind of people. And to conclude this, with regards to Nnamdi Kanu, ihe na-eme na Nnamdi Kanu's case. I was speaking with one of an Igbo elite, not an AP, a very, very strong Igbo elite, very prominent for that matter. I will conceal his name, you know, a very, very prominent. I was, we were having conversation sometimes last year, late last year. So now, okwu na-ebute okwu. So we now started talking. So I could ihe gbasara Nnamdi Kanu. He clearly told, that was when I knew that. And this is something most supporters of Nnamdi Kanu, Hamaro, they don't know this. And most Igbos are Marokwa. He clearly said this, that 80% of ịhapụkwa ihe a na-apụta Rochas apụta na, I said this same thing yesterday. Rochas apụta, Soludo apụta, hey, releasing and ihe akwa mere n'iru compete na like enwere those things just okwu ọnụ political. 90% of ndị Igbo achọrọ ka Nnamdi Kanu pụta, because we the Igbos, we don't support evil. And then Nnamdi Kanu mkpamkpa ọ kparụ n'ala Igbo, o gburu ndị Igbo chaka chaka, yana his clique and Simon Ekpa ha ncha niile, ihe ha mere n'ala Igbo chaka chaka. Ona nọ now, because you won't know, ịpụta na television na marginalize ndị Igbo, na-akwasịghị ịhapụ Nnamdi Kanu. Anybody that understands how Tinubu operates, Tinubu can form any alliance with anybody. If releasing Nnamdi Kanu, anybody that knows how Tinubu play his politics, he can form any alliance with anybody. If releasing Nnamdi Kanu will draw support from an Igbo to Tinubu, Tinubu Karime, as in he could have, like, no, what I'm trying to say in essence is this. If like Nanya will check go funa, okay, that's what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say in essence is this. Nnamdi Kanu as a person, him staying in that very place, Ona Tinubu no now, just like I said. And when he gbasara, I said this thing yesterday. And when he gbasara Tinubu with him Ona Nnamdi Kanu no now, even most northerners, he will puganya n'ihe gbasara Nnamdi Kanu. Most of them have bigger problem. They have bigger problem they are facing, which they want to solve. But personally, I am telling us this. I am telling us this, that 90-80% of Ndi Igbo, including myself, due to people won't come out openly and be saying it. If you take census now, without mentioning people's name, without people and ndị mmadụ, ihe du ndị mmadụ n'obi, 80% of ndị Igbo achọrọ ka Nnamdi Kanu pụta. And that is what is keeping him in that very prison, because he committed atrocity, abomination to an Igbo, and he will remain there. So Uwazuruike pụta ya na-akọ na iji other people na-eme comparison so ndị Igbo, onye ji Nnamdi Kanu ndị Igbo. And I am loving that, because we don't want the repeat of such thing in Igbo again. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Arinze. Let me go to Grandmaster.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, King. Good evening to Beauty. I greet you, my brother Hustling, and everybody else here. I say happy weekend to you guys. Yeah, I actually was prompted to come up because I didn't really get the I just came in and I didn't really hear the first submission that I think is Republic of Alaibu gave. But I heard when he was having a back and forth with Mr. Dr. CJ, and he kept using a specific word which prompted me to request the mic. I know that there's a topic here. I've been trying to look around to find, which World Igbo Congress you guys are talking about. Is it the one that is based in Houston, the social political group in Houston, or is it another one that I don't know about? I've been trying to see if they were addressed recently by Wazuruike. I couldn't find anything. So maybe I was checking if you have maybe a link or something. Maybe you can just put it to the Jumbotron so that we can also take a look at it and understand what the whole thing is all about and what he's actually accusing them of. It's not enough for somebody to just accuse. I want to believe it's the World Igbo Congress in Houston. That's a very big social political group. It's not just an ordinary, small local meeting or something. These are some of the best achievers you will find in America amongst the Igbo people. So I want to understand on what basis Uwazuruike will be accusing them. These are reputable men and women. So until I see the article or the news report or anything, then I will stick more on that.
Okay, Grandmaster, will you want me to play what
Okay,
Uwazuruike
please
said?
do, please
So
do, so that some
maybe
of us that just joined the space can also be, enlightened and educated on the issue. But that was not actually what brought me up. I'll still speak on that, but you can play first, no problem.
okay, very good. Let me do that right quick. Um, hold on, just hold on for me. Let me see. Okay.
ndị Igbo ekenekwa m unu
Now let me
a
see.
chọrọ n'ime ya ele mkpebite enwe eleghị ebumnobi eji ekpe gị ikpe a ka ha ji eme achieve ka ha ji enweta n'ikpe a ikpe gị na Abuja mụnwa asọpọtụ n'ikpe ikpe gị na Abuja na 2005 oge Obasanjo e nwere similar situation onye izizi emere arrest mgbe awa Sandy Kubo ngwa onye abụọ emere arrest ebe m na-agba bọọlụ emechaa ma arrest Frederick Pasham mechaa ma arrest Gani Adams buru anyị nchapuga Abuja na-ekpe anyị ikpe for treason and treasonable felony anyị anọ mgbe o rukwe mgbe a ga-ahapụcha ndị ọzọ a jide m nnọọ extra 1 year and a half before a hapụrụ m mana ikpere ikpe anyị anọ kwuo okwu similar things that time mana taa asịsị na terrorism fine terrorism ihe mege na Nigeria taa ọsọ Nnamdi Kanu mege ya isi na terrorism ihe niile egbuge n'ugwu Awụsa from Maiduguri to Zamfara to Kaduna to name it the entire North Central enweke the same ọkwa terrorist mege ya gbugo onye ọbụla ma ndị uwe ojii ma ndị amị ma onye ihu ma onye azụ ọkwa egudege ndị a over 10 years now mmadụ ole n'ime ha ka ekpeghị ikpe na kọtụ Naijiria taa ndị Igbo nwụrụ maka njụga ihe ndị a mmadụ ole n'ime nke onye Yoruba Sunday bụ nke ahụ na-eji m egbe ma anụ n'ọnụ ihu na-eso ya na-akpa ndụ mmadụ na-ahapụ ya ele ebe ekpeghị ikpe taa ọwụsị onye kwugo okwu na redio bụzi onye a na-akpọ ikpe terrorism kedu ebe ndị ọzọ nọ ọhịa m na-achụ asịghị m na ekpere ikpe terrorism fine kpewe ikpe kedụkwanụ ndị ọzọ n'oge ka anyị ncha anyị anụ mkpọrọ ahụ ugbu a ekpere anyị ikpe the same offense the same time ọwụsị selected injustice ka emeke now na Nigeria ọ na-amahụ ụra aga m ahụsị ọfụma maka ihe a ọ na-eri m nri n'ahụ m si na ya m na-eji ụlọ na-echekwado ya otu asọ ụsọ ya nwa na-amụta nwa na-apịwa ọnụ anara ofu onye oru azụ anara ndị oru niile azụ ndị Igbo lee ihe mekwa unu ụdị ihe a onye ọbụla mechie ọnụ gbapụ enweghị na-ekwuzi okwu ndị kwanụ bulitere kesi a na-ekpe senior advocate of Nigeria align up ndị Igbo senior advocate fine ka anyị kọrọ unu aka unu na-agbalịkwa senior advocate unu agbalịana all these SBs niile a etadaga emega accept na court all these SBs niile a emega admit unu nọ nke ahụ SBs ọkwado ya ka a ga-eche eme judgment ka mgbe jọji gaji ide judgment ya ga-ekpe ọzọ ga were ndị o ji ede ya ele ebumnobi unu elebeghị unu chere ka ọnụ ka anyị kpọpụta nwanne anyị ka a sacrifice ya ele ndị butere atụmatụ ikpe ikpeazụ aghọtara m na-eche ma enwere otu unu shiri nwee mkpebi na Abuja ebe ahụ a na-enwe onye mmanụ biko aghọtara m ha na-eme ihe a ọka achọga ka ha na-achọ ka oke fine ka a sị na ikpe mara ya ikpe mazie anyị bidozie yọwa ayịyọ ayịyọ ahụ anyị na-ayọkwa n'ugbu a anyị ga-ayọ ugbu a ma ikpe ma ya ọwụ mgbe a ga n'ụlọ anyị hapụzie ya mgbe a sị ikpe amagbo ya ayọta ayọ ahapụ ya gwa ya ka ahapụ ya na ndị Igbo dị suppose ịpụta ime taa bụ isi na mba aga ekpe nwaanyị ikpe ọwụna asị a na-ekpe ikpe sị kpewe onye ọwụna kpọpụta isi nta enwere mgbe e gidere onye isi Boko Haram chetara ebe a ga-aga zuo ya bụ na gọọmenti lọji Borno steeti na Abuja gọvanọ na-azụrụ ya mgbe akwa na vice president taa ile ihe wu onye mmetara na ndị Igbo onye ụgwọ na-akpọchi ọnụ pịam enweghị na-ekwu okwu enwe onye Igbo na-azọ nwanne ya weta ya ka egbuo weta ya ka egbuo elee ihe ọjọọ Nnamdi Kanu mere na Naịjirịa ka na-enwebụ onye mere ya mbọ na-enweghị ndị na-agbụrisiga ndị mmadụ ọwụ terorizm ka ọ bụ elekwado ebe ha na-ekpekwa ha ikpe ọ na m nọrọ ma na-ajụ onwe m sị enwedere ebe ihe ndị a enwe ihe ha mụ ga ma nna na-anwụ onye ọbụla emechi ọnụ mgbe ihe a na-eme na mbido akwụkwa m onye pụtara mgbe a na-eti mkpu ya echetara m ebe a nụnwa ka m nọ about 8 years ago na-asị na mmiri ya na-ezo na-akpọrọ izo na ya ezowe n'ala Igbo na ọ ga-amụ nwaanyị dị ime makwa nwa o bu n'afọ ya ka m kwuru ya wilu m tụrụ mgbe ahụ ọ tara sut ka m yi esi m kwuru okwu a si na ihe niile a na-ekwu n'ala Igbo na-eme gburugburu World Igbo Congress ele ebe unu nọ taa ndị ahịa agwọnọ na akịrịka ele ebe unu nọ na ele ebe agwọ unu na anọ mụnwa nọ na South East for over 20 years now enwe ebe m gara onye nọzi bi na Amerịka na-ebighị n'ala Igbo pụtasị na agwọ nọ na akịrịka na-akọsọ ọgba aghara ugbu ọ ghọziele problem Nnamdi Kanu a na-atụrụ ha igodu Nnamdi Kanu ndị Igbo ma Igbo politicians ga-eso na-atụrụ anyị ha aka ha nọ na ihe a ndị na-atụgo ego a na World Igbo Congress adị suppose ịtụrụ anyị ha gwa ya o ji wụrụ na Nnamdi Kanu onye ọnwụ na-emechi ọnụ enwezi onye na-ekwu okwu ka esi akpọpụta ya dowe na ebe ahụ na-ekpe ya ikpe kedu ihe ọjọọ mere unu ncha aka unu na-anọ ndị Igbo adịghị support ikpe taa to be very honest ka m kwukwa eziokwu ndụ mere my feel na
Okay, Grandmaster, I think Nama stop here.
Okay, yeah, I got to go ihe a na-ekwu maka ya. Mana Ikenga biko ọ bụ na ya ekweghị biko aga m etinye ọnụ ya bụ okwu na ngwụcha submission m ka m bugoro ihe m ji maka ya wee bịa in the first place ihe Uwazuruike na-ekwu ọbụrụ ihe anyị nụbara taa o tere anyị bidoro n'ụwa ụdị okwu a mana I will still touch on that what brought me up was Republic of Ali Igbo kept using the word when Ojukwu started the war. When Ojukwu started the war. This word, this particular statement baffles me extensively because when people say such things, it either makes me believe that they, do not understand the series of events that occurred starting from that coup of January, 1966, up until the time the Biafran secession occurred, or they are deliberately distorting history and trying to misinform the people. I can understand maybe somebody who can maybe probably say it out of ignorance, because a lot of us always say these things out of ignorance. I understand. But let me say it again, please. Nigerians, Ojukwu did not start the war. This has been a very common, trope. The war that Ojukwu started. No, Ojukwu did not start the war. And for you to understand why I'm saying what I'm saying, we need to go back a little bit further to understand the kind of things that happened prior to that war and who the person Ojukwu is. So please, Ikenga, permit me. I'm not here to come and lecture anybody history. I'll just skim through it. I have read extensively on the events that happened in that First Republic. In fact, prior to the First Republic, for the time we were, under from 1960 to 1963 when it became a republic, and up to the point leading up to that civil war, I have read extensively events that happened there. I'm not going to come here to bore you guys with all the details, but I will give you guys the important facts. First of all, Ojukwu was a very fine soldier. He was described as such by his superior. He was a very fine soldier who respected authority, followed command, and was very dedicated to the young project called Nigeria as of back then. He took his career very seriously. He did all the exams he needed to do. He followed all the track that he was supposed to take. In fact, he became a major in 1961. Right? By 1963, he had already become a lieutenant colonel. Right? Gowon became his in 1965. Even though at the end of the day, they end up being the same rank, but he became a lieutenant colonel before Gowon became a colonel. Now, when you look at the coup of that January 15, I don't think I will have to start repeating this over and over again, because it has been spoken about extensively. And if you want to understand more on this, go and read the book that IBB brought out. We'll give you the details. First of all, that coup was in no way, shape, or form an Igbo coup. And I'll tell you why. Young Uzogu was said to become an ardent follower and listener of Awolowo's ideology while he was going through his treason charges because of the incidents that happened, during the Operation Wetie in the Western Nigeria then. He started listening to him extensively. In fact, to even buttress this point, if you go and listen to the interview that Oba Olutoye had with Punch News, where he gave details of the discussion he had with Nzogo prior to that coup, in 1964 in India, Nzogo was already telling Oba Olutoye how so much he reveres Awolowo, and his plan, if the coup was to ever succeed, to ensure that Awolowo becomes the person that will end up occupying that position. I will place the link of that article, that Punch article here. It's an interview. It's not an article, sorry. It's an interview. You will see Oba Olutoye. He's an extant Oba today in Ondo States. You will hear his words, right? I'll place it on the Jumbotron once I'm done. Now, secondly, if you listen to people like Ademoyega was speaking about a lot of dissatisfaction amongst the Southern officers because they were already having this, fear that there was something brewing in the north. In fact, if you listen to if you go and read the book Why We Struck, he said that they literally had to move the coup. The coup was initially supposed to take place on January 18th. They had to move it forward to January 15th to strike while the iron was hot. At the end of the day, People who were marked to be killed in that coup included even the premier of the Eastern region, Michael Obara, and the same Zik. So I want to understand first of all how it became an Igbo coup. But even better, who were the people that stopped the coup and ended the bloodshed? Two officers, two very important officers. Because if you listen to the interview that Kaduna Zogu granted from the 4th Battalion in Kaduna, when he spoke to this, he was saying that the coup had no ethnic intonation to it. That was why in the north, it was largely successful. But it seemed that the coup was corrupted in the southern parts with ethnic sentiments, and that was why he failed. The same Aguiyi that marched and then mobilized members of the 2nd Battalion to start quelling the coup and telling all the officers to stop taking orders from their commanding officers. He was also marked to be killed. He literally just escaped by not arriving his residence early enough. If he had arrived early enough, he would have been killed. And he quelled that coup in the southern part of Nigeria. And guess who ended the coup in the northern part of Nigeria? The same Ojukwu. I'm saying this so that you guys understand how dedicated Ojukwu was to the Nigerian project. Because of people that come up here to come and lie on his name. It's unfortunate the person who brought up this, he has left. Because they don't want to listen to the truth. They never want to listen to the truth. The moment you start speaking to them, and it doesn't, suit their propaganda or the narrative they want to push, they leave. But I'm happy that there are people who are here. And if they are going to learn anything, let them learn it. And everything I say here, please, I beg you to go and research, read multiple sources. Ojukwu quelled the coup in the north because he was heading the 5th Battalion in Kano. And when Nzogu took over, Kaduna and everywhere, he reached out to Ojukwu to allow the people, some emissaries, sent emissaries to Ojukwu to allow the coup to continue in Kano. Ojukwu refused. He refused. In Nzogu's word, anybody they sent to Kano, all the telegram they are sending, and he kept arresting them. Ojukwu refused. Ojukwu was largely part of the negotiation that convinced Nzogu to give up his stance in Kaduna because the coup was over.
Grandmaster, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
All the things you are now saying now, I don't know where you got it.
I am building a scenario, please. Just allow me.
I never said here.
Wait
that,
now. No, you said it, sir. This is a record. Please allow me. It's my turn. When I'm done, you can debunk me. Please allow me. It's my turn. Please allow me. It's my turn. When I'm done, you can debunk me. You said it, and that's why I came up. I'm not being antagonistic towards you. I don't have any reason to. I don't really even know you that much. So that is what I heard, and that's what brought me up. You said it multiple times.
You didn't hear well.
No, I heard clearly what you said. Please allow me to finish my submission. You are derailing me. You are derailing me, sir. Sir, you are derailing me. Please allow me. You get my point. You are derailing me. Host and co-host, can you guys please stop this man from derailing me? Is it possible you can stop him from derailing me? He is derailing my line of submission. Host and co-host, I don't know if you guys are there. Please, I beg in the name of God, stop derailing me. I want to teach.
Okay. Republic of Igbo, Biko, please, I'm begging you, let him, finish first. Then you can say whatever you want to say. Okay. Go ahead, Grandmaster.
Thank you. The argument here is not about whether you said it was Igbo coup. You said Ojukwu started the war, and that is what I'm here to to speak on. And I'm laying my groundwork to make you understand who the man Ojukwu is. Because I've often seen people, accuse this man of things he was never guilty of. Ojukwu ended that coup in the northern part of Nigeria. We all know what happened afterwards, right? What Ironsi did, and then the discontent. In fact, let me even say it here. It's just that it's controversial. I don't want to start saying it here. What happened in the northern part of Nigeria after that coup? But let me leave it for now. But let us, fast forward to what transpired when the program started. When the program started, when the killing started, after they killed about 240, Southern soldiers, about a three-quarter of them were Igbos. They took the killings to the streets after they killing civilians. At a point, Ojukwu had to call the Easterners to start returning to the East. What was he supposed to do? What was he supposed to do? Even Ogundikpe, who was the highest commanding officer as of then for the 2nd Battalion, kept sending soldiers to Ikeja Airport to try to see if he's going to quell the standoff that was happening there by northern soldiers. And they kept killing the people he sent. At a point in time, Ogundikpe literally had to give up. So you expected Ojukwu to just jump in, headstrong into the whole this thing. Meanwhile, the northern soldiers were looking for who to kill. They were looking to decapitate the entire military leadership of the eastern region and the Igbos. Ojukwu refused. He was not going to say that he wasn't going to go to Lagos anymore for the SMC. He said he wasn't going to go to Lagos for the Supreme Military Council meeting because his life was in danger. And he asked the Igbos to return. After every deliberation and everything, if you go to Red Cross reports, Red Cross was saying that as of October of 1966, an estimated 60,000 plus Igbos had been killed, and the pogrom was still ongoing. What did you expect him to do? To fold his arms and just sit back and watch his people being decimated across Nigeria? No, he did what a leader needed to do. He asked for negotiation. And that was the reason why he went for Aburi. That was why he went to Aburi, sorry. That was why he negotiated. And if you go and read the minutes of Aburi, you will see that most of the negotiation that Ojukwu had there, it was basically on the fate of the refugees who are returning to the eastern region, and also the command and the control of the military structure and the police structure and the civil service. He was looking out for his people. He was talking about rehabilitation, resettlement, because people were still pouring into the eastern region. People were still being killed across Nigeria. Was he supposed to keep quiet? If you're an Igbo person here, go and talk to your parents who lived through that pogrom. They will tell you at least more. My mom more than 50 times how trains keep pouring into Enugu, filled and loaded with human bodies. Was he supposed to keep quiet? Even when they went to Aburi, Ojukwu already got wind of the preparation because Gowon was already amassing weapon. You need to understand the structure of Nigeria as of then, as of 1967. Nigeria had battalions across, 5 of them across the entire country. So if there was a purchase of weapon, it was supposed to be shared across the battalion. But Gowon was already doing a deal with Italian, government, importing weapons and storing it in the Kaduna garrison. Right? He was storing it there in the 4th battalion. Sorry. Ojukwu asked him during Aburi Accord, why are you importing weapons? For what purpose are you importing weapons? What are those weapons supposed to be used for? And he accused Ojukwu of saying, if you go and listen, I will bring out the article Kenga, and I will show you that as of February 1967, March 1967, there were foreign mercenaries already in Nigeria, lodged in hotels in Lagos, in Kano, in other parts of Nigeria. Foreign mercenaries. In fact, many of them spoke. I can bring videos of those things. What were foreign mercenaries doing in Nigeria? You have to understand that most of the battles that was fought in during the Biafra War, especially the air raids, were done by mercenaries. What were they doing? But even with all these things, after they reneged on Aburi Accord and refused to agree on implement what they agreed upon, people continue to clamor that the Aburi be respected. You guys cannot tell me you don't know the chant on Aburi we stand. You don't know that. Why do you think they kept shouting on Aburi? Is that not an act of negotiation? So you expect Ojukwu went to Aburi to sign a negotiation, an agreement, and then he came back to Nigeria. The people he signed the agreement with went completely, 180. I said they're not going to implement anymore to go on further negotiation. Why? You have to insist on the one that you initially agreed upon to be implemented. We know that Ojukwu did not wake up one day and decide to declare Biafra. He sought the consent of his people. He sought the consent of his people. Please read your history. Read your history. Ask yourself what happened on May 27, 1967. What happened in Enugu? There were literally traditional rulers. There were literally members of the representatives all in Enugu, to come and pass the mandate that a secession be started. That the Eastern region remove themselves from Nigeria, because the what they were expecting to quell that the program that was going on refused to act upon it. Rather, he was amassing weapons. So were they supposed to sit back and watch the entirety of the Igbos and other Eastern group, be decimated? To the best of my understanding, if that secession was what could have saved Igbo's lives, yes, we are not all gods. We don't see the future. I don't know if Ojukwu may have anticipated that such mass killing and using hunger as a tool of war would have happened during the war. But I want to believe that at that particular point in time, Ojukwu was thinking of the immediate solution to the problem they were having then. How do we stop the killing? How do we stop bodies being piled and brought back to Alibo and eastern parts? He decided to secede on May 30th, to the best of his understanding. After that secession, yes, you can say that is an act of treason. But I don't think the Nigeria today is the Nigeria of the 1967. They were regions. Why didn't Nigeria call for more negotiation? Why didn't the international community call for more negotiation? Britain was interfering and meddling in the affairs of Nigeria after the counter coup. Instead of Britain to speak truth to power, Britain was busy pacifying the murderers who were decimating lives and properties across Nigeria. Now, why didn't they call for more negotiation after the declaration of Biafra? No, there was no negotiation. What they did was that they pointed their guns and the artilleries. They situated them in Gakem and started firing into Biafra. That was the start of that war. That was the beginning of that war. So please, let it be known to anybody here, if you are not very much versed with what happened then, please, I enjoin you to go and read more. Read multiple sources. Unless you can now tell me that, okay, the secession which happened because he wanted to save his people is an act of war, then we can have that debate. What were the circumstances? Ojukwu was a one Nigerianist through and through. He always believed in Nigeria project. He wanted Nigeria to succeed. He had no reason to secede. But there was something that happened, a blip in time, a distortion in time, that prompted him to take that desperate measure to save his own people, the lives of his people. And then Nigeria attacked. And the rest was history. So I feel like I needed to come up here and then correct these things. I see these things being, proliferated a lot of time mostly by our Igbo people. I see other people doing this thing, but a lot of our Igbo people say these things, and it kind of like makes a mockery of the sacrifice of Ojukwu and our fathers then, and our grandfathers, to save us today, to ensure that we as Ndi Igbo still continue to exist in this world. You guys do not know about the Jesus Airline. Do you know the Jesus Airline? Google what I'm saying here right now. Just type on your Google, Jesus Airline. And Jesus Airline will tell that it was a frantic effort by the missionaries who were leaving the Caribbean, countries to Biafra, to see if they are going to save the Igbos. They were picking Igbo children and taking them out of Biafra because they were expecting that Nigeria was going to decimate the Igbo with that blockade and that the hunger strategy that they were using. There was complete blockade of Biafra. They literally had to transport children from Nigeria, from Ali Igbo, to what do they call it, Equatorial Guinea, to so many other places. There's an island today. I think it's near Equatorial Guinea, if I'm not mistaken. Host, please correct me if I'm wrong. That island is completely inhabited and by those Igbos that left during the Biafra War. And that island, they speak only Igbo there. Do you think that they magically just appeared there? It was effort to save the Igbo people. So we are talking about the level of devastation that was happening to the Igbos as of then. Why do we continue to pile on Ojukwu? What exactly was his offense? If you were in his shoes, would you do something different? This guy was in his 30s, for God's sake. He couldn't have gotten everything right. And this is why it hurts me so much when I see the IPOB using the name of Ojukwu, soiling the efforts, the sacrifices that those people made, all in the name of an agitation. You wouldn't do different, and you wouldn't even do better. It is always good to come up on, online or criticize from a safe zone. But when they put you in the field where you have to make critical and snap-second decisions, you cannot make it. But these men made these decisions when the time counted for it, asked for it. So please, let's respect Ojukwu, please. He might not be a perfect man, but at least he did his own. Now, let me get to Nnamdi Khan because I know other people want to speak. My brother Shai Kenga, you see that Nnamdi Khan discussion? Eh? What Uwazuruike is doing there? I have been through these things. I cannot be moved by all those things. It is an emotional appeal. It is a way to appeal to us. See the way he kept shouting, Igbos, Igbos, we are. No, I will not be fooled by this. Do you know I will not be fooled by this? The victims of Nnamdi Kanu's fight with Nigeria are largely Igbos. They are largely my brothers and my sisters. And they themselves deserve justice. They deserve justice. If the Nigerian government acquits Nnamdi Kanu, good for him. I don't have any problem with it. But let the process go on. Let him have his day in court. We have lost people. We have lost lives. Most of the people rampaging the Southeast today are people that came directly from the directives of Nnamdi Kanu. So he's not going to be held culpable or liable for his atrocities or for his utterances or for the things that the people did. People were under his own command. I don't agree in that. I don't believe that because somebody else had not been punished, I cannot punish my own child. It's not going to happen because the victims of the campaign of the IPOB have always been the Igbos. IPOB has never crossed the 5 southeastern states to go and carry out this madness anywhere else. We, the Igbos, have suffered this thing extensively, from economic sabotage to depriving our children the opportunity to go to school when their fellows are going to school, to putting the entire Southeast under tension. People refuse to come and invest anymore in the Southeast, and creating the avenue for infiltrators, people that we don't know who they are, to come into the Southeast, commit atrocities, and leave, and nobody can pinpoint who they are. Nnamdi Kanu's team and his gang, they are the ones that did it. So let Uwazuruike not come and look me in the face and tell me what about other people. If the northern part of Nigeria want to continue, how do they say that thing again? They forgive their Boko Haram members. That is their problem. He hadn't gotten them anywhere. The North is not faring good in any way, shape, or form. Boko Haram is still waxing strong. If they refuse to hold their own criminals to account because of sentiment, that is their problem. I want Alibo to be safe. I am not willing to toy with terrorists. I'm not willing to toy with killers. I'm not willing to toy with unknown gunmen. I'm not willing to deal with people that will continue to waste life and properties because the other part of the country are allowing their own criminals to go free, reintegrating them into the society, and then they go back and raise down more villages. I am not them. That is the way they see their own world. That is their worldview. I am not them. I want justice. Igbos have a very high sense of justice. And if there's anybody that committed atrocities against any Igbo person, whether the person is an Igbo person or non-Igbo person, the person has to face the law. That is how I see it. Let people stop coming here to come and manipulate me. Stop it. It will not change me. Nnamdi Kanu's life is not better than those that had died in the course of all his struggle and his agitation in the Southeast. Ndị mmadụ anwụọla n'ala Igbo. Ndị mmadụ anwụgo pay n'ala Igbo. I got money here now one day for one video. How about one guy live in that video? Immediately I got the guy, the guy, 20 more inside the I have to the guy about 15 other people inside that they say, Opera Marika Habo, Opera Marika Habo, Opera Dim Marika Habo, Opera boyfriend Marika Habo, Opera Uncle Marika Habo. Don't they deserve justice? What is this nonsense that we continue to do? Always coming up here to come and emotionally blackmail us? Tell us that because other people have refused to punish their own killers or their own defaulters, we should not. I'm sorry. This things don't fly with me. They don't fly with me. I don't take those nonsense. I have a very strong sense of justice. If you are not willing to do the time, don't do the crime. Simple. Why would you arm unknown people that barely even pass, standard 6? Give them guns to be rampaging across the Southeast. They will send them money, tormenting villagers left, right, and center. And you tell me that I should not hold them accountable? And when it's time for me to, he say, they are my brothers. And I'll end with this. Uwazuruike can speak all he speaks. He can say all he wants to say. That's his own problem. Uwazuruike is a very well-known scammer. He's a very well-known scammer. The fact that today he still has the audacity to come and speak to Ndi Igbo tells us that actually we are very forgiving people. Because if it's left for me, Uwazuruike agbo ego niile. If ego niile only during that is Kehana Osege Masob. Or ya agbo ha niile completely pay. But because we are forgiving, that is why he has the audacity to come and start lecturing us. No, let him not lecture us. You understand? Let him not lecture us. If there are evidences, real evidences, pointing that Nnamdi Kanu soiled his hand in one way or the other with the blood of Ndimwadi, be they Igbos or not, let him go in for it. He's not bigger than any other human being out there. No matter who you are, you must face justice. You are not better than the people that died. Nnamdi Kanu Abrochuku. I have taken a look at all our pantheons. There is none called Nnamdi Kanu. None of our pantheon is called Nnamdi Kanu. None of our gods is called Nnamdi Kanu. So let nobody come up here and try to manipulate people like me with all this nonsense about no Igbo call in earlier belle. Why engage me? Nnamdi Kanu held me in 2021. For 3 months, I could not do anything. I could not achieve a damn thing. Leaving Obodo able to come to Nigeria and waste my 3 months for nothing. Because I had a message at home. Kept people, indoors. So I'm also a victim. So that's it, please. That's all I wanted to say, Beauty. Thank you very much of sharing. I appreciate you guys. Republic of Alib. It's not an attack on you. Biko. Even when I got attack, I'm not attacking you. But I was just literally reacting to that statement you made. You made that statement. Maybe after this page, just go back and listen to the submission you gave. You see that you said it more than 3 times. Biko. I just came here to correct. Thank you very much.
I
Thank
want to ask
you.
a question, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, Grandmaster. Thank you, everybody. I just wonder when you're making your submissions, especially with the respect of Boko Haram and Northerners. When you said the Northerners need to hold Boko Haram accountable, if they couldn't do that, it is their own fault. I think you have been unfair here. Because if we look at the security issues, it relies with the government, and I think the government is not the federal government, by the way. I think the federal government is the one that do not want to end this so it is not on the northerners. So that's one clarity and observation that I just want to raise. And then the other question is, can you please help me with the literature source that discuss about how Ojuku and the coup of Nzegu with respect to northern Nigeria? I had you made mention of that. Oh, I couldn't remember the words verbatim. But it is true that when you look into the Ojuku truly was working for Nigeria. He detained, I think it was Maxillian. What's the name of that book? I forget. Yeah, he discussed about this extensively. How Ojuku make sure that he never side with the coup that happened at that time. And even when they send one person, I can't actually remember the name of the soldier Ojuku, and have to detain him just to show the way that isn't everybody in the Igbos. I think it's not an evil coup that people are trying to see, and he did so many things. Of course, he did so many things with respect to end the thing. But I think I just want a clearance so that I can go and read. I just couldn't connect it.
Okay,
So
okay.
perhaps that.
No, okay. It's no problem. I had your extension. I think we follow each other. I'll reach out to you in the DM. I have many books here. I need to check my book app. I have soft copies too. I will send you some PDF. But even at that, I don't think it's actually that difficult to find out. There are multiple interviews that were granted by Zogu, where he spoke about this himself, and also if you look at literatures, or maybe news report of that time, you will see this particular incident I mentioned, reported
Yeah, yes,
extensively. But I will send you the
yes,
book. Don't worry
Master.
about it.
I would just send me the literatures. I've read almost so many things on the issue, but the only problem, always said, just is that statement that you made about how he comes down and rescues it. Is it the nurse from Nzego? I can't just remember the
No, so
name.
what I said, sorry guys, let me explain again what I said. So according to Nzogu, and according to the reports as of then, Ojuku was the head of the 5th Battalion in Kano. The coup failed in Kano, and the reason why the coup failed to to spark up in Kanu was because Ojukwu got wind of the coup and refused. In fact, he personally locked the armory, right? And refused that any putsch would be started within the 5th Battalion. Ojukwu ensured it. In fact, he was very much, part of the negotiation that forced Nzogu to stand down and return to Lagos on the 19th of January,
Yes, yes, it is
1966.
good.
So that is what I said. I did not say that he rescued Zog or something. He refused to allow the coup to succeed in Kano. He was very much instrumental in it. Thank you. That's what I said.
Okay, now I understand.
Okay. Thank you so much, Grandmaster. And
Wait, yo, sorry,
forget
host.
about.
The other question on Boko Haram, Grandmaster, that
Yeah. Alhaji, go ahead.
you are not
Oh,
objective there.
no.
Okay, no. So basically, I am not blaming the average Northerner, even though I still feel like, you guys still have to bear some of the blame. Because if you look on this app, for instance, you will see that people like us have targets on our back. I'm saying this literally. We have targets on our back for speaking out against the ills in the southeast and screaming at the top of our voice that we will not allow the southeast, you understand, to devolve into anarchy, madness, and insecurity. We have targets on our back, but at least we continue to speak. Northerners rarely speak on this issue. And then when you look at the entire rehabilitation, pardoning of hardcore terrorists that some northern governors have gotten themselves involved in, and including Nigerian military, it doesn't look good. You can't continue to forgive murderers. These are killers. They have no place in human society without proper rehabilitation. They first of all have to account for for the atrocities they committed, and then you can look at giving them another chance. But this outright capturing of fighters, and then the next thing you hear that 200 people, 300 people have been pardoned or integrated back into the society. It doesn't look good. The rest of the country look at these things and say, okay, well, these people are condoning this nonsense, because you don't see an outcry coming from the northern part of Nigeria saying, we don't want these people to continue to be pardoned. We want them to do the time. So at the end of the day, we always say that, okay, well, the northerners, if that is what they want, good for them. I don't want
Okay,
that for the
Grandmaster.
southeast. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I think prominent northerners like Bulama Bukarti, it was, I think, Boko Haram issues relatives seeking asylum in London. And then you have Mbello, Abba Hikim, and other people are discussing on that. Also, you see, with respect to this shenanigan of rehabilitation and everything, I think a lot of voices from the northern region continue to speak against it. But I think the burden now relies on the Nigerian army and the federal government, because these two as a major stakeholders there. The governors, we already know they are puppets. They are only singing on your mandate. And when you're discussing about this kind of level of awareness to be benchmarked with what is happening, especially with people like you and others that advocate for peaceful Southeast and end these kind of killings, you will understand that you have the significant numbers than us. And even to come and start discussing these kind of issues, so many people will just run away and move on, because we have our own issues here. And I think it was systemic from our leaders. So I think the people, we just have to with time.
Okay. Thank you all for speaking. Let me go to. I know it's Mr. Igrube, but Mr. Igrube, please hang on a little bit for me. Republic of Alibo. Do you want to reply, Grandmaster? Are you there, sir?
Let's. I say let Igurube speak because his hand is up before me. So then
Okay,
after Igurube,
okay,
maybe I can.
okay, no problem. Let's go to Mr. Igrube. Mr. Igrube, are you there?
Yeah,
Are you there,
yeah.
sir? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mm, the beauty, nwanyị ọma, ka ije. Ikenga ịmakpuru na akwa. Dr. Rize, Hospital, Republic, Grand, and Alaji, how far? There is, because I didn't want to, because all this Iboku or no Iboku, personally, anybody can, if you want to think it's Iboku, If you see me on the street in Gurube, you can stab me in the name of you are fighting for Iboku, or you are fighting against Iboku. That's your own cup of tea. Anybody who is aware, anybody who is, if you don't think outside the box when things are happening around you, I think personally you may have to go and check more about yourself when people are talking about this Iboku or no Iboku. But unfortunately, in the Igbo, they are who they are. Start today, not be today. So, but I keep on telling most of us, this generation, what is not your war is not your war. What is not your business in Nigeria?
Honorable, Honorable Igurube, Adikika, your earpiece is way better when you don't have it
Uh,
because all the noise in our background. Yeah.
Man, you have Saturday. Mother just was not support
Okay.
make TV. Now, no more for market.
I know.
Iman, Ibo, America.
Yeah, it's way better.
Ida, no Ibo for my see. Now, no more for my, no kita.
And man, Echokantola Gizu, and man off may not about game to you today.
So,
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
so then I say that then I say Iboku or no Iboku. People don't think Nigerians across every one of most of Nigerians or those who think maybe you are going to get at Igbos when you call it Iboku or whatever thing. Nobody's safe. In those days, in that 60s, coup was not only happening or didn't only happen in Nigeria. It happened across Africa, so many African nations and Asians. So you will ask yourself who benefited from this coup? Who are those who benefited from this coup, and who are those who continued benefiting from the coup? In Nigerian case, not anybody, in Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, or anybody, even though Igbos paid a huge price for that. But if you look at what the Europeans and the Americans did in those days, then you found out that anybody who was used in those days can only be forgiven out of his own naivety, because of his own naivety. Because if they had known what white people were, Igbo people were, when they were sponsoring these coups across Nigeria, across Africa, they would have thought wise that it was a clear game of setup, right? The first people that called it Ibuku were British reporters. BBC reporters were the people that called it Ibuku. They went ahead and published what was meant to be a classified interview with the young Nzogu. And they released that clip where Nzogu was narrating how Saduna was killed. So they were just throwing flame to ensure that the plot was successful, and eventually they got it. They were successful in their plot. Otherwise, if the people that left Nigeria just 6 years, British that left Nigeria 6 years before the war, had wanted Nigeria to progress, there is no way they would have gone out to release that video of Nzogu analyzing how that coup was carried out. And if Nzogu were to be clever enough to, at that age, he would have declined to speak to British media, knowing full well what they were plotting. But unfortunately, so much, even in Nigeria today, you have so many people speaking big grammar in Nigeria. You have so many of them in our legislative house, presidency, and the rest of them in the military and the police and the rest of them who serve the interests of these Westerners, right? Ready to do whatever thing with what America called the assets, do whatever thing they are assigned to do in Nigeria. But unfortunately, these young guys were sold a kind of beautiful Nigerian too. But unfortunately, they didn't know that a certain plot was on the pipeline against a certain people. But that was the price is the price has been paid. And for today, you see me, I keep telling people, you are not the police of Nigerians. If whatever thing is happening in Sokoto, it not be my mouth. It's happening in Jos, no be me. Happening, no be me. I got concerned when it happened in my own territory. Well, the day everybody wants Nigeria to be okay, I think we will come onto the table and have it fixed up. Then Alhaji, you asked, okay, Alhaji, maybe you've left. The question about what the rule, what Ojukwu did in Kano. It wasn't Ojukwu wasn't really stopping the coup because the coup did what the marked squad in Kaduna had already been taken. One of them left in Kano, Emirate. In Emirate, you have the younger Ado Bayero, the younger Ado Kano in that Emirate. And it was that younger Ado Kano, as if perhaps God showed him, God was kind to him, maybe to show him a vision or open his eyes years before that incident, because he was the person that assigned. He was, you call it stooge, but you will say that he was a protege of the man in Kaduna, the Saduna of Kaduna, the Saduna of Sokoto, Samadu Bello. Samadu Bello made him the emir from Nigerian ambassador to Senegal and USSR designated to Kano when his uncle was deposed. And the man abandoned his political career and took over the kingdom. However, Ojukwu's father did everything to prevent his son. He came back from joining Nigerian military. He was so concerned. He wanted him to become part of his business and or doing any other thing. Ojukwu had become the divisional officer in Udi and Calabar and the rest of them. His Oxford University friend, Adokan, who shared the same room and the same university environment with him, became more prominent politically. And of course, to the kingdom, was the person who wrote the reference of Ojukwu against his father's will that got Ojukwu into the military. On that ground, or the same Ado, based on their relationship and their trust, made sure that Ojukwu was assigned the Kano. Ojukwu became the commander of Brigadier 5 in Kano. So Ojukwu was manning Kano Ado's territory. His friend who did everything for him, his friend two of them, if you take away their status, not written, the side talks and the rest of them, two of them, they smokes together, they do everything they do together, even at the age, even as Ado in his age, the twilight age of Ado and the Ojukwu's age, they still call themselves brother. Ado was the person that called Ojukwu Igbo when Ojukwu went for Kano, opening of Kano Sabongeri. So two of them, in fact, when Ojukwu was the chairman of Constitutional Conference after the war, Ojukwu was not going to be with Abacha to have him arrest Ado, because Ado was equally marked by Abacha to pick top. So, and you mind you that while Ojukwu was in that camp, Abacha was his ADC in that camp. It was when he left for his role in Eastern region that Abacha and the war, Abacha joined Nigeria, but Abacha was still loyal to him till the end of his life. and the rest of them. So Ojukwu protected the kingdom of his friend. He put his career on the line and his life on the line to ensure that Adukan was not toppled or killed as he was marked. So he wasn't really cool coming to the barrack. Ado, his man, was the target to be taken as a strong force behind this guy, Saduna of Sokoto. So Ojukwu protected him, did everything, and ensured that he ushered him that safety and the rest of them, and they maintained the relationship till the death. So when you see Nnamdi Kanu going around spewing hate against the Fulanis and all that, and then you go and get Ojukwu speak during the war and the time of that, you will never see that kind of speech from Ojukwu. You will never see that kind of speech from Ojukwu. Ojukwu was writing his will, and his hotel in Kaduna was will to his daughter that never set his feet in Igbo land. That was born by a Fulani woman. Ojukwu had a daughter in Kaduna by a Fulani woman. Read his will. It was Ojukwu will that Kaduna hotel to his daughter, born by a Fulani woman. So when Nnamdi Kanu came up with his hate, he was neither addressing any issue. I still maintain that Nnamdi Kanu, is a job man hired by only God knows who, and those who paid him to destabilize Southeast. So if Uwazuruike is trying to be a good boy in the IPOB, because we know what Nnamdi Kanu did to him. He did it to Uche Mefor and other of his other members of his IPOB family that turned against his or left his own terror group. At a point, he blackmailed Uche Mefor. Uche Mefor became Sabo, and this and that. He saw what IPOB people did to Uche Mefor. They almost, in fact, I don't think Uche will recover from what IPOB and the Kanu people did to him. So that is exactly what they did to Uwazuruike. So Uwazuruike is trying to go into good book of these IPOB people by making it as if I want to speak for my son. I want to speak about my son. I want to speak about Nnamdi Kanu, Ndi Igbo this, Ndi Igbo that. No. When he was running his Masob, when Uwazuruike was running his Masob, he was pure political, deceiving people, telling us, oh, it was about C-state. He want to get a C-state in the Southeast. He want to do this. He wants to do, while he was acquiring billions for himself and his wife and the family. He was a lord. He was a king of his time. So when Obasanjo eventually caught him, put him in prison, put him in where he belonged, Andy Oba, who was Obasanjo's chief of domestic staff, right? Obasanjo had his ears and concern and everything. Andy Oba fought everything humanly possible, but Obasanjo wanted to nail him because of Ojo Zokano, his romance with Oji. Obasanjo wanted to nail him because Obasanjo, in his own, believed that Uwazuruike was a project of Ojo Zokano against his own government. Because Oji provided almost all the shelter for Masob and that guy called Uwazuruike. Those days, Abia State was capital of Masob. Abia was the heart of Masob. So when you see Uwazuruike was speaking for, he campaigned for Andy Uba, APC, when during Soludo and people. I told them, listen, what he was doing was returning the favor of what Andy Uba did for him during the Obasanjo's time. So now, I don't think you have any Igbo person in Tinubu's government as as domestic chief, or the ears and eyes of Tinubu, that we speak like Andy Oba during Obasanjo. No, that privilege, Nandi had no such privilege. No. Obasanjo had Igbo caucus inside his home that pleaded and got him out of Obasanjo's job, or federal government job, without trial. Does he think that, oh, if not because these guys were closer to government, Obasanjo would have spared him? No. So, but at least, as much as we lost so many souls in the era of Uwazuruike out of federal government high hand of firing weapon, the day they killed over 150 MASOB members traveling from Aba to Abia Okigwe to Imo State. Shoot aside, and then. But you can blame federal government on that aspect, but not Nnamdi that recruited terrorist group inside Igbo land and started firing this weapon against Igbo. Buhari had you locked up, and the same IPOB people allowed Buhari coming to Imo State to Owerri, the head of MASOB, IPOB people. Buhari was visiting without them firing one shot. With the moment this man gets on an aeroplane back to Abuja, then Omu Chineke will fall out and turn the weapon against our mamas and papas and the Okada drivers. But the man who got your supreme leader was just there. No knockout, no protest, nothing. So Uwazuruike can say whatever thing, but Uwazuruike is a job man, he's a guy man. I know what he's trying to be. He want to resurrect himself so that IPOB will no longer be calling him a traitor, sellout. You sold Nigerians, you sold Biafra, you collected billions, you collected this, no. That is what Uwazuruike is trying. He's trying to be find himself in a soft side of IPOB media warriors. That's what he's trying to do. But it no go work. We can, even if every one of us in the Igbo need shut down Igbo land, demanding for Nnamdi Kanu release, it no go happen. It no go happen. It's only when Tinubu decide not he's going to open the door for him, he can use the prosecutors to boggle the case, where Nnamdi will not be found guilty of anything, and he will be discharged and acquitted. But some people must be inside the ear of Tinubu. The question is, those people with Tinubu's ear, are they discussing Nnamdi with him? I don't think so. Because Uwazuruike did not run Igbo politicians and organize Igbo down, or Igbo traditional rulers down, or Igbo religious leaders down in his own time. I think that was the window of opportunity he had for politicians to speak for him, those close to Obasanjo, to make him see reason why the guy will be released, should be released. But Nnamdi came on board. He destroyed religious leaders, traditional rulers, traditional worshippers, and Igbo politicians. He blackmailed every one of them, with the exception of Ejinaya Baribe. He ran down. So, are you talking? Is he the Hope? Is he Hope Uzodinma? Is he Rocha Sokorocha? Is he David Omai? Is who? Soludo or who? Or Peter Obi? All these men, he destroyed their image. Are they the ones going to go to Tinubu and start saying, "Oh, Baba, release him for us. Baba, release him for us. Baba, boggle the case so that our son will come back." Do you think this guy? Do you know what he did to Rochas, David Omai, Peter Obi, and the rest of them? So Who is that particular Igbo leader that we go to Tinubu and make put the effort to get him out? Forget about this Merebere Competinazo, release Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Now lie. They go back and say, don't release this guy. You think they are stupid? You think they have no? That is, when Nnamdi will turn on his radio, keep creating propaganda lies, demonic propaganda against these individuals. Naming them Ohaneze Ndoshi, Randama. Telling all the whole world that Mama Oju Sokano Mama Nashawo. Rochas Mama was Rochas Mama the same thing. Hope Uzodinma the same thing. Peter Obi the same thing. David Umay. So these are the people that will go. You think they don't have feelings because he is your supreme leader. You think that these people don't have, and that is, oh, their mama don't. That is, say, come up to me and tell me if anybody say whatever Nnamdi Kanu said about Oju Zokano's mother, about Rochas Okorocha's mother, about Peter Obi, about David Umay. So, oh, they will just say because he is saying Nnamdi Kanu is our savior. Oh, they will drop everything, put their career on line to go and tell Tinubu to boggle the case, to release him to appease. Who do you think you are talking to? Or Uwazuruike? Let Uwazuruike go to Tinubu. If he can guarantee Tinubu 100%, I am going to give you Southeastern votes in 2027, 75%. Tinubu may listen to him and prove to him that he's going to prove that. Maybe Tinubu will listen to him for politics and the case will be boggled. But if you think that all these men Nnamdi Kanu destroyed in Igbo land, Rochas is fighting for his political career, all credit to Nnamdi. He turned the whole Igbos against Rochas. So what is if Rochas walked to Tinubu now and said, I am going to, what is Rochas going to present to Tinubu to boggle that case? When Rochas cannot even get 100 votes in Igbo land as it stands, courtesy of Nnamdi. Or is it David Umay that he called all manner of names and labeled Fulani slave? Will submit his own political career and go to Tinubu and say, I am giving you this so that you can boggle the case and release our son for us. Most of you people who sang his praises, I think you should create a platform if you want that to happen, your Messiah to be released. Create a platform and start campaigning for Tinubu. Start campaigning vigorously for him, promising him you are going to give him Igbo votes. I mean, in the IPOB, DOSO, every one of you will come together and surrender to Tinubu's supremacy. Perhaps through that, he can appeal to him to get organized. Say, we give okay. If I see your handwork in 2027, then maybe the case will be boggled in 2028. In the meantime, I can use the judges to adjourn the case from 6 months to 1 year, getting to that time. With prequel, you give and you take. So you can't be sitting the other side. You can't be sitting the other side, right? Calling Tinubu all manner of name, firing weapon at Tinubu, at the same time telling who to go and release Nnamdi Kanu for you. You know they work like that. So for you to get Tinubu, you have to do it. But I don't see any Igbo political leader to pay his ticket from Southeast or to fuel his car in Abuja and book an appointment to meet Mr. President of Federal Republic of Nigeria only to discuss how to release Nnamdi Kanu. Who do you think Nnamdi is? Who do you really think that Nnamdi Kanu is? That Tinubu will drop Nigerian issue and listen and spend 1 hour discussing how to release him. Who do you think that Nnamdi is? Right? When he was running everybody down, you were celebrating him. Even the trusted allies around him, from Uche Mefor to Bidebienu to everybody. He has 2 million soldiers. He decides who lives and who dies. Oh, he's a British citizen. You dare not touch a British citizen. Then you forget that it was same British that presided over the Biafran War. It was British that created Nigeria in the same manner. You are fighting in the same manner it is today. Automatically, you think British will love your Messiah and put the British military into Nigeria to destroy Buhari because he arrested your Messiah. When I say that most of the IPOB members are the worst thing ever happened to Igbo people, because the way they think, I have never seen anything in logic. I have never seen anything in sense from them. Oh, you hate British. You hate Lord Lugard. But your Messiah is using their nationality. And because of that nationality, he must be protected by fire, by force. He is there now. No Messiah. And you are now calling Igbo people to go and rescue him. Who? Who? Have you apologized to Peter Obi over what he said about him? Has he ever met? Where did he meet Peter Obi? Has he apologized to David Omai? Has he apologized to Rocha Sokorocha? Has he apologized for Hope Uzodinma? And so many other Ifa Yoba and so many other Igbo political leaders? But because he's your Messiah, everybody must drop whatever thing. No. Or you go hire on Okada people and Kekena Pepe people and your so-called Abrodians, the diasporans, to come and go and meet Tinubu to boggle the case for you, to release your Messiah. Uwazuruike did his own, and I have told you, those who stood their ground, to got him out of that dungeon. Uwazuruike did not run down Igbo leaders, any Igbo institution. But you clapped for this. I don't know how to describe this crayfish. A man with 0 qualification, nothing to his name. Nothing to his name. Other than jumping into radio, labeling everything. So he opened his mouth and said that he will execute by the time he's supposedly Biafra came. Well, by the time he will got his Biafra come, he will go to Onitsha and exhume Zeke's dead body, and he will urinate on Zeke's dead body. Look at this crayfish. Look at this crayfish. His father was doing Oji Uzokano made him autonomous Igwe. Autonomous Igwe. When Oji was destroyed Benin, they were a Maros territory. Made his father a man with absolutely nothing to his name is going to exhume Zeke, the Zeke Gresic of Africa. Ihe niile Igbo ji dee ebube Nnamdi fụrụ ha nche ọnụ. Ihe niile Igbo ji dee nsọ Nnamdi fụrụ ọnụ. And wanted to create his own Igbo that will be under his feet. And all you rags will come up demanding, oh, you should be speaking. No, don't speak ill about our Messiah. Chineke kpọkwa unu ncha ọkụ one after another. That is ekwensu gba unu akpụkpọ one after another. Do you know how? Do you know what this guy did to our institutions? Nobody was spared. Nobody was spared. Nobody. Onye ọbụla gwara Nnamdi eziokwu, this guy a blackmail immediately. Onye ọbụla mepere ọnụ ya kwufute eziokwu, Nnamdi launch your evil attack. And his terrorist group will lash on it and destroy the person's image and his name. Not only that, and they will be targeted. Their life will be in danger. Now you are trying to force Igbo to go to Tinubu and lie down for Tinubu to release your money, Messiah for you. No, DOS. Ndị niile ka unu ha bụrụ ndị Hallelujah boys and Hallelujah girls of Nnamdi Kanu. What you will do is creating a platform, form APC, IPOB APC for Jagaban, and start campaigning for him until you get Tinubu's here. Failure to do so, no Igbo person will put his life on the line for Nnamdi Kanu. Na lie. It no go happen. Thank you, Kenga.
Okay, our honorable. Ahapụgo ọga anyị nna anyị ukwu Uwazuruike. Okenye si na ọmara egwu ana. Wow. Ana m ekwu egwusi ike. Yeah, with his emotional blackmail and manipulation is not going to work at all, at all. And Zelbid, welcome, sir. Over to you. Are you there? Welcome, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Again, because onye njiri nke a bata bụ Alhaji ndewo biko tupu m gaba n'iru. Ikenga ndewo beauty ya adịrọ niile mma. Grand master grand master ma igwurube ndị niile nọ ebe a afụkwa m isi Nze Okafor Mefor Ichie Oji Nwayọ afụkwa m so many other people because gbaghara nọ n'ọbụla m akpara afọ o were nọ ebe a and is a frequent participant here. Daalụ mụnwa amazịkwa ife m ga-ekwu maka na igwurube gbọọ ife ama nọ nke abụghị ife ewu na-ata nọ ife echi na-ata o kposa afọ ekposa. So I don't know what is honestly but what I wanted to ask Alhaji, because this platform was getting kind of interesting, and it's interesting to have a different person here other than just the Igbos to also speak on what is going on in their own area with this insecurity and insurgency going on. I thought that I heard Alhaji also speak on the same prism that I always talk about the government of Nigeria. The reason for all this violence. Because someone, if they put things in place, if they do their work, assume their primary role of securing the lives and properties of the citizens, we won't have all this dying. It is their responsibility to keep their territorial integrity or or their territory safe. The way they mention about my territorial integrity, then you begin to think about what is integrity there when people are being killed like chicken. Boko Haram in the north, Fulani herdsmen in the middle belt, and then we have these punks. By the way, they are punks. You know, they are indigenous people of Beliman and Dekan. That's what it stands for. We have them killing people in the southeast and out of control. And government, I don't know, is mediating or help what? That is always a question for another day. But that said, I always want to also remind us that most of the time, especially the younger ones, We have continued to talk this history about Ojukwu, Nzog, going, ongoing. But what is our role in that country? Really, what can we really do to get away from these bulls, I call them, this wickedness? Because, from the hands of these young men, we remember Ojukwu, Gowon, and everything, Obasanjo, they were all in their 20s when they took over. Some of them were early 30s. I believe it was Buhari that was a little bit older, and some of these guys were in their 20s, late 20s, early 20s. But we have continued to make references to them as if without them, no other solution. We always refer to them, we always talk about did and what they did not. Then is, what do we really do? Okay, because it's like we are subject, we just we are all subdued by the actions of these individuals. That's what it seemed like. What are we going to do in this situation? What can we really do? Because what I hear over and over again is less like, people who are so powerful in Nigeria, so powerful that they even above the law. Not that I'm, and let me see how I say this, because I know also that in United States here, even regardless of how long they've been in existence, there are also people who are kind of above the law. That no matter what you say, no matter what they do, overall they are going to play around it, and issue will just disappear. But for Nigerian owned unity, it's overwhelming. So what can we do on these issues? Because the stories of all these people, 60, 70, and then we narrow down to this new group of, they call them politicians. I don't see it that mimics politics in what they're doing, because the wickedness is so much. And that's where I'm going. The wickedness is so much. They're sitting around watching their own people die. And they call themselves playing politics. And that brings me to the issue that of this day about what Chief Ralph Uwazuruike was saying. Okay, and he's making these videos publicly. I don't even know why it is that people are going to be looking at what he's saying, because I don't know why he's making those videos. I don't know why he's making those videos. Or for somebody that someone can kill thousands of my own brothers and sisters, and I turn around like this is one night you on your luas. Na na lolu kediva na ife tu na na lo fu onye olu az na lolu asem fa gbakwa ọkụ ya nọ na-egbu ọ bụ maka ofu onye olu na-ayị ala. I don't know what to make of azụ gịnị ka a na-arịa. It brings to question, kedu ndị kwadoro n'ife ome Igbo maka afọ ife dị onye sikwa n'ọfụnugo ya gwa m even Ralph Uwazuruike na mgbe nkie, and I'm so happy na igurube kọwa ya ọfụma ebe a. Mgbe ọ bụ ọjị ụzọ kalụ nwa na akwa niile He didn't oburo a wild dog Jews or Kanoa. Manonia man the Kano town your bonnet. The save. I don't know could you ye sebolo one name. And yet the earlier recommendation you check into for mental health issues because I can understand this where they're coming from. And I say now lap okay, in cabo no can in any court or now and their plan is to put this animal ahead of other evils. I don't know what they are gaining from this thing, honey. I don't know where it will take the future generation when somebody got for pure evil, not support pure evil. Not saying I need a no 1 9 in a bed. I said, one nail in a bed. You don't know, you don't know about a quarter. It will be pushing. I don't want to repeat it. Man, nobody's on our crotch. I did made him dear. No, if Patapanas is releasing. Unless you know, you want to do as a man, you come here. Even in a name, no, I call all Jews or can. Do I know that no, all Jews are say, originally, no, na papia, but all Jews are coming for Koni Kutala. And even na papier, but people are still papier na this struggle. Even papier and mwe on a barrier jokana. Guinea patapia for aquaria a bredora opunansa. Okay? Because I don't understand this. Oh, you can see na nani ani kutalo Jews or canova. Aba, who knows? I don't know. But now if I know that is repeated today. So, what kind of this person can mad ifele yekwe mmadụ ọ pụọ ebe a na-asị na ọnwa nne ya onye ka ọ bụ ndị Igbo nwekwana omenala ọ bụrụzi maka na ife nwa mebisi ebe niile ndị onye a mmapụ ka a ya amapụ ya na ọ bụrụ na ọ dị ndụ na ndị a na-amapụ amapụ it's a lesser crime ọ bụgo na mmadụ gburu mmadụ mgbe gboo na-asị na ndị nwa na-agbaba n'osu which also we know that language has been abolished in Igbo land. Kwesịrị na onye ọbụla kwesịrị ime ife dịka o si etu ife si kwesị ime. Ọ bụrụ na onwe onye commit a punish for that crime. Ka ndị ọzọ were mụọ amụta akọ. Ọ ya ka anyị apụta taa like yesterday and a lot of times ya na-eche na ha na-ekwu peace. A lot of times the precursors of these ndị anaghị ikwu ji anwụsịsị because when you hear somebody like Chief Ralph Uwazuruike saying something like that, he has followers. By the way, most of these people in Equiva, I called their names yesterday. I'm not going to continue to repeat their names, but most of these people are placed in the society. In our society, they are being looked upon, and they are opening their mouth. And is it because they are ignorant, or just because of fear, or just wickedness that is now thriving? Evil, not even wickedness. So that's what I still don't understand. And I strongly believe that until we tell ourselves the truth, myself included, until we tell ourselves the truth, never seen that land. Until, because it has to be a framework. It has to be, and that framework is going to be based on absolute truth. n'ebe anyị nọ kịta eteka ya ka o ji abụ anyị fụ ife ọjọọ anyị na-etufe dike nọ kịta eteka. We need to redress. We need to really reflect on what has been going on with us and find out. And the only way out is the truth, because he said that you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free. I will, person, and if I have a concern or questions later on, I may come in and ask this question. But once again, thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll go to Republic of Igbo before Mr. Benjamin. Republic, are you there?
Yeah, my sister Beauty, thank you for giving me another chance to air my view.
You're welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to say some certain things here. With regard to what one of my brothers said before Igruba, I respected the real purpose, the reason why I came here. I saw Igruba and Ikenga because I always watch Ikenga on Facebook. But unfortunately, when I was scrolling, I saw Ikenga on the. This is my first time seeing Ikenga on Twitter. But I always meet here Igbo. I know anywhere Igbo is. I don't know nonsense about like equal nonsense here, especially here about the issue of this Biafra, because all they granted on some of these things happening around. So what I want to say is this: one of our brother Bereba now equip some certain ideology in the IPOB use again sympathy from our people, in the sense that the war Ojukwu went, or the war where the eastern region was dragged into, is not unavoidable. Now let me give some certain thing. Obrasena Ojukwu was a good Nigeria advocate. Wasn't Nandeka not a good Nigeria advocate? Only Nandeka advocate for Nigeria and when he was in the UK, before he suddenly turned to the Biafra. Now let's take these examples. Egburu a na-egbu ndị Old Eastern region because eme anya atagi ihe niile a na-egbu nọ ndị Igbo. Ọ ya bụ ihe mere ndị Cameroon mara na Cameroon dị answering to South East before n'Enugu ka ha na-abịa. What they complain ha nyere complain that na ndị Igbo na marginalize ha, say they want to leave, which is the southern Cameroon, not part of Nigeria called before. They did not accuse the Nigeria, neither ourselves. On the Igbo ka ha mere accuse. We will learn how to generalize things. Here the public and near public, here the Igbo and near Igbo. Now, the Old Eastern region ka na-egbu, which is able Ojukwu na govern na north and the west. Then Ojukwu so onye ọ na-alaghachita to Old Eastern region. O nwere any account gosiri apart from Ojukwu declare that region Biafra butere ndị Nigeria military or Nigeria government ibia attack? O nwere any ndị Hausa si from Ugwu Hausa na-abịa egbu ndị be anyị na that our own region? The answer is no. So mgbe ọ sị ndị be anyị return, why not mgbe ndị be anyị return anyị nọrọkwa ndị anyị nọrọ steady declare that Biafra? He went and declared Biafra. This is what brought everything. I've said here that Ojukwu did not bring any war, just that now all declare Biafra ndị Nigeria buru ọgụ bịa, and they be declare Biafra won a territory in Nigeria. He was a leader in Nigeria government inside Nigeria territory. He declared another country, and you thought that this people will leave it. The same thing in the can they use. And I'm said you want to create a country inside a country and think the country will leave you. I gonna amaka gonna police ndị ihe bịara bịa kpọkọrịsịa ndị Igbo gara island onwe ndị Kerafa Kalaba akpọrọ. The same narrative a ka ihe na-apụtakwa na internet na enyere ndị Igbo 20 pounds ọ na-ahịa ebiri ọsọsọ ndị Igbo lụdere this Biafra war egbudighi ndị Ogoni, ọwa egbughị ndị Ndọni, ọwa egbughị ndị Ndọkị, ọwa egbu ndị Kalabari, ọwa egbu ndị Kalaba. Ọha kete 20 pounds ọsọsọ ndị Igbo kenye ga 20 pounds. So ndị a niile Efiong onye Kalaba kọ second command Ojukwu ọ ndị ụmụnne ya ọ ndị be ha eketere dị that 20 pounds. Oyo di uno also ndị Igbo. You see, I ask this question always. He said nyere mpa gị 20 pounds onye Igbo ese ndị Calabar why eji nye ha dị ọ ha so na ndị lụrụ ọgụ. So all this narrative wo and ma here no ihe eje any sympathy Igbo this period. Say story as is anya chọka ụdị ihe na repeat again because the word avoidable. That is the truth. Word avoidable. But you could not avoid it because we want to show up. Ị gara be mmadụ isi ebe a gaa Lagos ya na-egbu ị ga-eme gị lọta village gị bịa nọrọ onwe gị nọrọkwa na village gị na-emekwa ihe ị na-eme gị lọtazie na village sizi igbubiela eriri na kọntrị makwa na ọha nwe gị. So nke ha wụrụ another ihe m chọrọ ikele because a na-achọ ikwu ka si achachi ime ka si na the war adịghị avoidable but so wụrụ na m Ojukwu what will I do? What I will do is that once I have seen that they are killing our people all over the north, then I can say, okay, every Igbo person, every body not in the old Eastern region should return back to the old Eastern region and do your business there. Don't travel to west, don't travel to north because I know not. Echefu na-egbukere ndị be na Lagos, which is west, ala Yoruba, anya kpụrụ Fulani n'ọnụ. And all this narrative can kind of Hausa Fulani. Man, I love that we could come here to open our eyes that na Ojukwu lụrụ nwaanyị onye Fulani nwụtarịa nwa. Mana many of us amaghị this one. Ndị Fulani ahụ ka dị our Lord, I respect so well. Lụrụ ya mụtarịa nwa. Our enemy ka our Lord lụrụ ya mụtarịa nwa. Anya fụta ya na anyị nwedere lọ or anyị nwere relative there. Mana ihe a fụtara ha n'oil na-eme ihe achọ igbu anyị. So nke ha wụrụ ya abịa na nke nna m kwuru okwu last I respected you my master. Ọ na-ekwu kedu ihe anyị na-eme or this our own generation, what is our plan? And which is true. Not only just talking about the past. Presently na kedu ihe anyị na-plan. What is our own movement? What is our idea? What is our contribution to see that things work? And we are not discussing these issues. But for me, agmasị na ndị Igbo need rehabilitation in terms of the structure of their culture. Igbo enweghị system. As I'm talking to you now, system I na practice British nyere anya. We know that British came and gave us warrant chief. And that structure we na-eri Igbo. Igbo enweghị onye ekwu ofu olu. Igbo a na-eme ofu olu. And this is the reason why ị ga-ahụ anybody ogechi from nowhere mapụta a na-eheli ya wụrụ champion. Onwe onye nwere ike isi ya do odd. Nobody. Everything ndị Igbo na-eme a na-amok ya amok. So we need to go back and find our ways, restructure our traditional institute, get it strong so that oge nwee ike inye aka will control the political leadership as other people did. Na ịhụla ihe na-ahịa maka Tampolo na efele ego anaghị abịasị Tampolo bịa ndị gbara na Tampolo will not even Tampolo have respond that they are not in place. He says he's not going there. Now somebody above the law. Because of what? They have good leadership. They have good traditional leadership. They have to open na one day gaga say na gala pasonia. No problem ka oga. But for our own, we don't have such structure. I think this is where we have to start. We should go back and look at our structure. So this is what I want to add. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to make my assertion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Benjamin Hosley is supposed to be next before Awele. Benjamin, do you mind if Awele goes first?
Awele, Awele.
Awele, sorry. Awele. Okay, Mr. Benjamin is not there. Go ahead.
Same. Download on the by good evening, everybody. Mine is just going to be very fast, right? Quick. What Uwazuruike is trying to do is to fill in the gap. Because Nuche na where na-ego dị ebe, of course, ọ ma na-ego dị na the thing a na-eme. Nnamdi anọ nso, Simon na nọrọ ebe ọ nọ. There is vacancy.
So he wants to quickly step in, re-brainwash people, and take over, fill in the gap. Oparego. It is not because he likes or he loves this, whatever it is they call struggle. It is a lie. Ego ka ọ bịara ịchụ. O nwere ike eleghị anya nke ọ chụtara back in the day ọ gbadana. So he needs to fill it up. So ọ pụtara ọzọ now ka ọ bịa fill in the gap ka ọ kparakwa ego nke ya a na-emekwa ihe a na-eme. There is something Obidi said here that I picked up. It is important that we say it the way it is supposed to be said. Number one, also this present generation, what is our plan? Nnam, the plan is simple. Become active in everything that concerns Nigeria. Ekwuru m ya on that last space when I joined. If you are not inside the room when certain conversations are being had, okay nke gị ewere ya nye onye ọzọ. What is supposed to come to you will go to somebody else. And this is the truth of the matter. And there is something Igurube kwuru ebe a. This is to Nnamdi Kanu supporters. Ya bụrụ na ha ga-efe. You people need to understand that if you continue to insult Tinubu and you think that is going to bring out your leader, you are wasting your time. Mobilize the army. Kunu join Nigeria. Support a political party to help your leader. Because ever honor, Oga not aka if you continue to think that you insult your way into bringing him out. Is a lie. That is, if there is anything like that that is going to happen, which I very much doubt, I do not agree with either. So, Obidi, I feel that the time has come for us to speak to our people that the next line of action is to leave all those akụkọ akọrọ otu nke nwa siri mee nke ọzọ eme, because anyị sị ka anyị nyụghasịwa, anyị sị ka anyị kọwasịwa akụkọ juru eju, people will tell you different versions of what happened during the war, why they do not like the average Igbo man today. And when you listen to them, you feel bad even for your own self. Like, why should this thing should never have happened? Now, we need to reintegrate ourselves back into the system. Ndị be anyị echefukwana na 16 years PDP, ndị Igbo kwụ everywhere. Even though we weren't vice president or president, we were everywhere. But where are we today? Nowhere. The highest office I nwere n'obodo a now is deputy speaker. That's the highest office we have politically. Aside appointees of the president, the highest office we have is deputy speaker. Number 6. We used to be number 3. Gịnị mere? Mmadụ bịara na 2014-2015 were iyi richer everybody, destroyed every single alliance the Igbo man have got. Because he wanted a Biafra. He destroyed everything, made enemies for us. And in the people who are supposed to learn from that mistake are not learning. They are making matters worse. And now banking. They won't even ngwa space ahụ adị na dị Uwazuruike Accuses burukwa onwe ya ka bicycle agadi nwoke nwapụtakwa again ka ọ bịakwa bidokwa ebe a kwụsịrị before ihe ndị ahụ ọkwa ya onye isi mebiri this thing o ka ọ bịakwa bidokwa ebe ọ kwụsịrị before ebe Nnamdi na Simon kwụsịrị ka o bido ebe ahụ mebirikwa na-aga for personal gain, nothing less, nothing more. If we cannot see this thing, then we are not ready. No matter the number of spaces we hold, because I'm a queer owner, I need to because at this point in time, we must tell ourselves the truth that the only way forward is to look at these things and say, yes, this thing happened, we know. Everybody can take their fair share of the blame. and we really actually need to move forward. We know diaspora, we know Nigeria. We need to move forward as a people because we have held ourselves back for far too long that it is beginning to affect us as humans. Lee ya, onye ọna mere ka ọ na-esolite isi n'ala Igbo adọrọ ya dọtuo. Onye ọna mere ka ọ na-ebulite isi small adọrọ ya dọtuo. Onye mere ka olu ya ọ na-agbakọte adọrọ ya dọtuo. Look at what is happening today. Ọkwa na ha akwado ha ọzọ. Leenu ngwa ka anyị were Nijamb mee example. Nobody is speaking. Nigerians have to speak for themselves because that is the only way we can move forward as a people. So if we do not understand that this baton of leadership have moved to the hands of the people and we continue to make demigods of every available idiot, nsogbu that continue na-adị because onye na-abịakwa ọ ga-achụ n'akpa nke ya. Imagine when these people will now say, okay, I don't want to mention names. You put certain people in certain places. You know, the biggest problem with Nnamdi was more from that first prison in 2016 or 2017. I can't remember again. Anambra election was going to hold when Nnamdi came out. Nnamdi had the crowd. I was expecting that Nnamdi will use that his clout. Where video go do something. Use Anambra as an example. Bring out a politician that will work for the interest of Anambra people alone. But he failed. But this crowd are still there. Obidi, whether we like it or not, you are still a voice. I see Uche Mefor, he has left. You guys are still a voice in what is left of IPOB. This is the time to turn it around for the good of our people. Move that ideology of secession, ihe a na-eme ndị Igbo, marginalization. Move from that ideology to ideology of let us work for our people. Let us do what is best for our people, for our region. Because everybody is talking about their own. The Southwest is talking about their own. Northeast, North Central, North where everybody is talking about their own. South, their own. So something ha na-eme ya ndị Igbo. Like Igbo said. Though I don't like Owele Rocha, but who brought his state to the present state he is in today? Nnamdi. Ndị be unu chefuona na Nnamdi sị na ọhaneze ndị Igbo, ọhaneze ụmụ atụrụ, ọhaneze ndị arụrụ ala, these same men. You know, Igurube Puna most of the things in Choriku because today people are now saying, hey, let's speak up, but who is going to speak for him? Onye, because I've been sure, Yauna, Ikembo Ojukwu Dindo, Nnamdi might have, there is a chance that Nnamdi would have insulted him, called him different kind of names. He would have found a fault for you to insult him. The only law Ojukwu nwere n'ọnwụ ya nọ ndụ. Hey, ka nnukwu na o mere escape. Almost so okwu ihe ọ ga-agwa ya. But like I said last time, osikwa na taa dị mma, ọ dịwakwara gboo. There is still time, you know, to remedy the situation. I am glad that Uche Mefor is back. There is time to remedy the situation. That ideology that was used, you know, that is still currently invoked when it comes to IPOB, it can still be re-engineered for good this time. Not for secession, not for Kaikewara, not for marginalization. Because the truth of the matter is, if we fail to speak for ourselves, if we fail to do what is best for the interest of the average Igbo man, as far as developing our state and our region is concerned, we'll be wasting a lot of time. Ndị be anyị ka anyị sere na ya from ole, apart from what SCDC is trying to do in conjunction with, taking that with Nigeria Railway Corporation, what else? Let us look at it. The other rail system that is supposed to come from Lagos to Calabar, that will run through most of the southeastern states, is no longer there. Why? Nobody is speaking. Nobody is there to negotiate these things. I did too busy now call Biafra. Others are getting things. Others are, pulling things to their region. But the Igbo man is missing. Why? Because we are too busy discussing and tying ourselves to something that happened in 1967 to 1970. When others moved on, try to, bring up their region to bring their region up to date. Gịnị ka ndị be anyị na-eme? Chiho n'ụtụtụ anyị agbara ọsọ lawa Lagos, anyị ala Abuja, laa Kano, laa Kaduna, a na-achụ ego. But look at our own place. Mahi is in the Kanabata, name 1 or 2. But that is not how we are supposed to be. So I am pleading. Today is not a day for war, like I did the last time. I am not interested in insulting anybody or shouting at anybody today. I feel that no sita the man or the warabo. Today is a day for me to say that we can still salvage the situation. Re-engineer this ideology of ihe a na-eme ndị Igbo to ihe ndị Igbo na-emere onwe ha. It is not too late. This is my own. But I gbakwa nkịtị ka Uwazuruike bịakwata fill in the gap of Nnamdi and Simon ka o werekwa wee chụrụ ego nke ya bidokwa ịkọ nonsense na-akọkwa ha ihe nwanne anyị nwoke. Ya bụrụ na ha nwetara n'ụlọ, that time they attacked is out. If they met him, will he be here to come and be preaching nonsense? Onye mee na ihe ọjọọ ka anyị pụta na o mere ihe ọjọọ. Nnamdi mere ihe ọjọọ. Whether the government is going to come tomorrow and say, let us look at political solution, because I know President Buhari said something like that. That okay, these things can be resolved, through political, using political solution. But who was going to go and attend that meeting? Who? Onye ga-aga that meeting? Onye ga-aga ịkọ alpha on the ya na o nwetere ha that time? Maybe they would have been dead by now. Who knows? Nobody would do it. Or is it a political opportunist? Who? Nobody. So my appeal remains that whatever is left of the IPOB, yes, I know it has been prescribed. Whatever is left of that organization can be re-engineered, refocused from that ideology of ihe a na-eme ndị Igbo, tugbuo zọgbuo. Re-engineer whatever ESL is doing, re-engineer them, refocus them, reintegrate them back into the society for the good of our people, for the good of our region. Because like I said, we have sacrificed too much. Going by the numbers people quote every day, whether 3 million or 3.5 million people cannot die for nothing. We have sacrificed so much to keep this country together. We will not be. We are not going to chicken out. Or I am not going to chicken out. Or anybody that wants chicken out can chicken. I will not chicken out. I will stay here. Nigeria will fix my home state. With Nigeria's money, we will fix our region. That is the way it's going to be. We are not going to chicken out because somebody feels that, oh, we are not angry enough. Which we must remember, yes, they died, and the sacrifice has been made. That is why we will continue to remain here, to take whatever belongs to us, to better our lives, better the lives of our people, and further develop our region. That is what is most important on my list. Dalukwan.
Thank you, Mr. Owele. Let me go to Mr. Kevin. Are you there?
Hello, good evening all.
Good evening, sir. Go ahead.
Enwe m ihe nchọrọ ịsọmiti ana m ayọ ya ka ayọ ihe na-eme anyị isi anyị n'aka anyị nwawo ndị Igbo. Major problem anyị na-enwewo nagging every time anyị na-afụta onwe anyị asị a na-emegide anyị emegide. Like for instance, Nigeria, let me use Nigeria as a man that married many wives, which Igbo is one of the wives. I don't think that any man that married a nagging wife will be happy with her. Instead of we Igbos address our matter, our grievance politically through our legislative process, the legislatures, which is the national assemblies. Ndị anyị họpụtara ga-represent anyị. Anything ọbụla anyị chọrọ, ọ bụghị na anyị bụ ndị a na-ama some states or some tribes like people in the Edo State, Kogi State, even some states in the South, they have not even produced even a single president. They have many tribes. There are many ethnic tribes in Nigeria. None of them are complaining except Igbo. Ihe mee na America, ndị Igbo ga-complain ya. Ihe mee n'ugwu Hausa, ndị Igbo ka a ga-apụ na anaghị everything. But ihe mee n'ala Igbo, some of them may not say something. Those things are even our culture. Nobody. The elders are doing the worst. Ya bụ na nwata na-etolite obi ahụ, okonobi ahụ ochi wee na-eto, enweghị ndị ọ ga-afụ. Ọhịa akọrọ nwata akọrọ onye nna mmadụ gwara m nwata ka ọ na-eme, nna mmadụ ya asị ya ebe a waala ya, nwatakịrị bido zọwa anị ya. A sị na okenye na-anọ n'ụlọ ewu mụọ n'ọgbụ, but okenye nọ n'ala Igbo sometimes, sorry to say it, ha na-afụ ihe na-eme na agba nkịtị. Even our dressing code, the mothers adịghị ekwuzi okwu. We are Christians, but it's not ought to be. Every time you name my institution, everything, my character, otu esi eme people na-ekwu okwu. Even other states, flag, okay, ha mere bad governance, flag another country, another flag, another country, their flag. The federal government deal with those people. But ọ bụrụ n'ala Igbo, ị ga-afụ ka a na-ekwu okwu ihe mere ndị Igbo emere ndị Igbo. Ihe na-ekwu whatever that happens to ndị Igbo si anyị n'aka, let us begin to make campaign how to address this issue. Even then on our side, diaspora, all how Nigeria cause major problem anyị na-enwe. Because I don't think that when you're not n'ala Igbo na-afụ killings a na-eme ga support these things. Most of those people kwa ndị egburu egbu were victim of this circumstance. Some of them are people na-akwado these things na-eme. Unfortunately, it happens to them like that. So, ebe m na-ekwugara okwu bụ mụnwa na-support ka a na-akwafu ọbara any person, whether ma ndị ike mere eme, ọ na nwochi esi ga-apadon ha, si ka apadon ha kwuo ọzọ emere. But ọ bụ ma elewe ihe mere eme, ifolo constitution ha Igbo kpara arụ, most of them, because ama m na everything ha na-eme with the motive of every business on earth is to make profit. Nye niile a na-eme onye ọbụla na-achụ akpa ya, forget anyị sentiment a na-ewetara anyị, a na-agwa ya mere nke mere nke mere nke. Ihe ọbụla nwoke anyị ukwu greediness na cause ya. Enwere ihe na-achị egwu awọchigo m 16 years oge Christian chịrị during the time of Obasanjo to Goodluck Jonathan. Ọ Christian chịrị ọchịchị that time. And on ndị Igbo ka a na-eweta gọvanọ na-achị Eastern State, Igbo na senators, Igbo na House of Rep. Those people are eager na Northerners, they are na-eji ego nke a na-develop their country, their state. I could remember, sorry to say this, I don't mind promote any person, but I want to say this. During the time of Tinubu, or governor of Lagos State, what he did, but none of the governor of Ndi Igbo mere ya. The first person kwụsịrị ime this in local government election, or tier of government, this all from Anambra State. All the East, bidoro other states to join ya. The governor kwesịrị ime ka things na-aga nke ọma, ya na control the affair of the state, control affair na-eme appointment. ọ bụrụ na ihe niile a na-eme eme amakwa m na ihe ọma niile na-abata sometimes some of them sikwa n'ala Igbo like ịkpọ oge onye meziri agbasara drọg dọrọ akụnyere, ịkpọ onye mere na Central Market Soludo na Central Bank, ịkpọ onye meziri Obi Eze kwesịrị, ịkpọ onye most of the na ndị Igbo ka a ga-eyuzu ha dozicha those things ewepụ ha, nke a quite right, but we ndị Igbo apụtara anyị na-afụta ụzọ, but ka anyị na-ementenu ya anyị nyere enweghị ihe bara uru ka a na-akpọ mmadụ ezi afa na enweghị a chọrọ idozi yuzuo ndị Igbo. Anyị nwe na onwe anyị bịazie destruction anyị na-eme bụ n'ala Igbo ka anyị na-eme ya, na-egbuzi onwe anyị. Mmadụ si na ọ ga-emebi Naijiria ebe ọ na-emebizi onwe ya, were ọgba onwe ya egbe n'ọkpa ya na-ebe akwa si na ihe mmadụ mere ya. So my own ayọ nna ayọ ọ bụ na ọ ya ekwekwe mee, ya ọ bụ na enwe otu esi ga-eme ka ayọwa ndị isi anyị, ya ọ bụ na onye a ya eme ka udo wee chi ya, ka apadọn onye ọbụla apadọn ha do oge a chọrọ ịpadọn ha, oge a chọrọ ime non-kinetic approach akpọrọ fa I think last year or last 2 years through the deputy speaker Benjamin Kalu, Honorable Benjamin Kalu kpọrọ ha, they did not respond, but kenye ha another chance ka mara ma udo ga-achị. Egbukwe ha egbu enwe uru ọbara anyị nwa ebe na suggest biko onye nwere ikwu for now, udo dịrị onye ọbụla.
Okay, thank you very much, Kelvin. Imana, onye a na-enye another chance bụ onye dị willing. You can take a horse to a stream, but you can never, you don't have the power. Mute your mic. I think somebody's mic is on. I think it's Kelvin. Kelvin, mute your mic. Thank you. You can't force horse to drink water. That's just the truth. Talking of these agitators and the crime they are committing, let me not forget to warn them. 30th May celebration or remembrance is around the corner. Nobody stops anybody from any day you feel like to remember Igbo heroes, heritage. Any day you wish, you can do that. And those of you who have agreed that you will do your own on 30th May, nobody will stop you. But don't try to stop others. I know why I'm saying this. This time around, if any child or anybody in Igbo land is killed because of 30th May enforcement or sit at home, we are going to look for all these agitators anywhere you are in the world. Anywhere you are in the world, it's not going to be business as usual, because the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violent taken it by force. Nobody have monopoly over crime. You live in a country where you are residing, and are living there peacefully, doing your incitement, with your social media account, any day you like. As a non-state actor you are, you come online and give people order and tell them you can never move. If I see you everywhere must be locked down. Listen, gone are the days when we Igbo sons and daughters will fold our hands and allow you non-state actors to be making decisions, to be scaring everybody, to be putting fear in people. Do your thing. It's none of our business. And where government said don't circle or don't gather there. If you disobey the government, you will pay dearly for it. And I want you to know They may not tell you you are proscribed in Nigeria. Get one antenna this information. People who know deal with, they will not tell you this. Ngozi or Reverse and the rest of them will not tell you this. You guys are proscribed in Nigeria, terrorists. That's what you people are, according to Nigerian law. Anwa nweta gị ebe iyi anything edel IPOB or anything Biafran this thing flag ndị jere nga mgbe Trump chịrị nke izizi olube 3 months free ha amadụ nka hapụgo ha maybe agwaghọ gị o nwee ndị ka nọ na nga akpụta ha mgbe anụnwe ha melụ na mkpọ skuul ha ka nọ na nga ife nji abụ mpụta anụm agwa unu the bitter truth bụ na ndị a na-achị unu will not like to tell you people the truth because ama na agwa gị the truth you will not agree to follow them. So it's my duty. People na-ajụ, what are we going to do? My duty is to de-radicalize our radicalized people. I tell you the bitter truth. If you like, you take it. If you don't like, you leave it. Ọkwa unu ma mgbe Donald Trump chịrị nke izizi unu ma mgbe ọ chịrị nke izizi how many years ago ndị pụtalụ ka ha mee celebration ha nọ na jail na Abakaliki ahapụzugo ha ugboro 4 onye na-ekpe ikpe ha bụ my brother bụ Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor ama how many times o kpepụtagoro ha o kpepụtacha ha ejidekwa ha o kpepụtacha ha ejidekwa ha o kpepụtacha ha ejidekwa ha ọ dịzị ka nke ikpeazụ a ka ha hapụzi ha mana mmadụ ka ha hapụchago ha ncha just celebration o because unu che na Nigeria bụ banana republic where you do as you like because Nnamdi Kanu nọ na radio gwa unu n'ozu you not believe it. You don't want to respect the rule of law. You don't want to respect police. You don't want to respect soldiers. You don't want to respect the government. You don't want to respect your politicians. You disrespect everybody. I will tell you something. You all are not state actors. You all. You can't make a decision for the country. You don't have right to tell people to stay at home. Because awkward thinking is my right. Awkward thinking is my right. It's my right. Or is my right, is my right. Today is his right. Or DSS, but I know your right. Any day DSS chole any day they will block the block on the wetali or block even before a Jifu doctor they must approve it. But I thought he said it's your right. If you are not state actor, you are not state actor. And Nigeria is not that thing they told you Nigeria is. Don't play with Nigeria. If you play with Nigeria, you will get it hot. So I am warning you people ahead of time. Don't come out and start fooling yourself in the name of enforcing sit at home on 30th May. Nobody recognized 30th May. People, Nigeria don't recognize 30th May. It's you people. I support remembrance of our heroes and our heroes. I support it. The Igbo heroes. To remember them, it's your fundamental right. But you will not disturb the peace of our country that day with your remembrance because It's not legally approved by Nigerian government. Whether you like it or not, Nigerian government is the only one that has the right to approve when it's holiday and when it's not. If you don't like that, you join the government, so you become part of the decision makers. Onye ka nji wee gwa unu na unu na-ezuzugharị apụtasị na unu dị 80 million. Also go do the 80 million, but only 2 people, elected people, elected by democracy, elected by Nigerian government. That 2 people ya da achị unu nwa dị 80 million. Ekwuteghie n'okwu, igbukwa that 2 people, akpọtakwa another 2 people. Igbukwa ha, akpọtakwa another 2 people. You must be under them. Ife niile ha na-eti gọvanọ mee nka egegwe Hope Uzodimma omengegwe Hope Uzodimma ọkwa ọ dị ndụ wee ruo taa etigide Willie Obianọ na ebe ahụ, nothing happened. O nwere ife na-eme, to show you that they are way far beyond you. You are just like a dot in a circle. You are just regimalolin. That's what you do. You wear one Chinese phone, you got out with data, 200 naira data. You go there, be sorting almost your God, your makers, people who are like your maker. Because if you sort them finish, you want them to go and speak for you. Or even when Nka no part of Nka Sunday agitation, you can't insult Ohaneze and Igbo and expect them to speak for you. You can't abuse them, finish, and expect them to come and beg you, oh, my son, sorry, oh, we are sorry, let's help you. People you called Ohaneze and Datoro Nandemonke. Then by the end of the day, what are Ohaneze and Datoro Nandemonke? Is in only see how because Nande Kano Borion, Nande Kano and Abuyono, or Nande Kano Abu Joseph the carpenter, Mobo, or Bo, I will Kalafan Kano, Solomon. Solomon nwere ọtụtụ ụmụ nwanyị with the concubines. Ọ na-abụ ọnụ, who told you that Nnamdi Kanu is holy? Ifunugo onye dị ka ọnụ abụla abụ na-abụ mmadụ ọnụ. Onye bi na ngada Ihedima na-abụ mmadụ ọnụ. So, before I yield the mic, respect yourself. Nigeria is not a banana republic. Nigeria is not a country where you do as you like. No, you must respect the law and respect the law enforcement officers. Failure to do so, Nigeria will happen to you. And when that Nigeria happened to you, don't come and tell me it's because you are Igbo, our brother. A criminal, a well-known criminal that you're supposed to condemn. Instead of you to condemn the person, he said, hey, what they are doing us in Nigeria. So, because you are Igbo man, if you are Nigeria will because you are Igbo. It's high time to tell ourselves the bitter truth. Because if we do so, that's the thing that will save you and I. But if we continue with not of, oh, we are Igbos, we are marginalized, marginalization, it's all over. You and the Fulani man in the bush, who is actually marginalized? Who is enjoying one Nigeria than you or the Fulani man in the bush? But you are the one complaining. Oh, Nigeria, do this, Nigeria. Yeah, whatever. If we don't like what Nigeria is doing to us as people, let's meet politics and remove those people who are making the decision and become part of decision makers. Let me see how they will marginalize us again. Let me see how they will marginalize us. This one, you don't want to participate in politics. You are there insulting every politician. By the end of the day, you say they are marginalizing you. That marginalization kill you there. Let me move the mic. Comrade, comrade, Mezulike, please take the mic, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate you guys. In fact, Beauty, Igrubu, and all guys here, I don't know how to start celebrating you guys because this is what most of us started from day one when all this crisis started. But people failed to realize exactly how degenerating the Southeast was. Now, completely, the Southeast economy on Monday is completely crippled. So I am happy. Onye said that when Mbonyo not a table to ya. So if you can start today and keep fighting like this, let me be honest with you. Your voice are being heard everywhere. Your voices are being heard everywhere. Don't think that people are not hearing. They are hearing loud and clear. And they are getting every message. And they are getting everybody
request, by
message.
the way, but yeah.
Can you hear? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, Chief Host. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. They just
Can
want to
you,
distract you. I can hear you.
can you hear me? Oh, shit.
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir. Okay, I think comrade dropped, but comrade, I can hear you. Some distractors. That's what they do. They will just come in and do, just cause some trouble.